Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. How is everybody? 2026 is here. 2026. It takes a little while to get used to saying that. I didn't stream yesterday. I know I didn't stream yesterday. I was kind of half planning about it. Well, hang on. Why are we on llama mode? Why are we on llama mode? There we go. It's bad hair day every day these days. That's what's getting old is like. How we doing though, boys and girls? Welcome in. Hope we're well. Happy New Year to people. Hope everybody is good. Hope everybody survived the festive period. It's time to get cracking though. We have a pre-patch this month. We have technically not really a lot going on in February, but we have an expansion launch in March. It's gonna be busy few weeks from here on out, I think. I've been working on some stuff. Yes, I have. In the background, I've been working on some stuff. I didn't stream yesterday, but I've the puppies say hi as well. I've been trying to break down and redesign how I want to do the guides for Midnight. Simply because having it all in one, having it be a Bible, I think was too overwhelming. So I've broken it down and I've started with a topic that is close to home, a topic that we're all very accustomed to already, and I've started making a guide specifically for decor. This is already longer than it should be. This is going through absolutely everything you could possibly need to know about decor in general. Farming lumber add-ons that are going to help you. There is some supplementary documents to go with it. Things like my custom price sources for all of the different lumbers to help you there. We are getting some lumber farming routes for each and every zone with import codes, the whole shebang. I'm trying to make it a little bit more easy to digest. I contemplated for Midnight turning all of this into like a members website, so that my Patreon gold goblins over on Patreon and Twitch, subs and that sort of stuff could just log in and view it all on a website rather than it being Word documents. But to be honest, to take that step, I don't think I'm going to have time or the ability to take that step before Midnight launches now. So it's best to just do it the way I know how to do it that I know roughly works, and we can hopefully get a lot of value out of this soon, when it's ready. Soon. It's not quite ready yet. It's got a bit of work to be done on it. I want to test some of the lumber farming routes in a bit more detail today, possibly. Also need to have a little bit of a clear through on some of the auction houses. See if we sold anything. That's another plan of action today. Don't list it, don't sell it. Saw a nice screenshot in the Discord earlier, by the way, for those who are lurking in the Discord. Somebody that's been doing some flipping of decor. So far, they appear to have been doing reasonably well. Hey, puppies, no barking, please. You were chill 4 minutes ago. Now they've found a squeaky tennis ball. Somebody in the Discords. Names are truncated at the moment because I've got streamer mode on, but somebody's been doing some flipping. They're still 4 mil in the hole on unsold profits, but they've already resold nearly 2,000 pieces of decor for a 7.6 mil profit. So, I mean, it goes to show, right? In a 2-week period where people have already started to consider that, decor's dead, I can't sell it. There's still lots going on. There's still opportunities afoot, for sure. It's good to see. Stop talking about fishing. Fished the last 2 days to get the Nat Pagel done, and now only 2 missing: a pond nettle And the Sea Ray, 29,000 casts so far. Sheesh! Oh my. Oh my. Any beta today? Not sure. Not sure. I don't know if I'm going to squeeze beta in today. We'll see what happens. Wait, what is this? Your playtime expires in 18 minutes. Oops. Oh, that means that's going to be the same on all of them. 19 minutes. 20 minutes. Yeah, all of these get given a new token all at the exact same time, and today is clearly that day. Hey, puppity whoopity. Puppity whoopity. What, chill. Problem is, it's 15 minutes before the stream started. I was like, you know what? I'll take these dogs out for a quick pee. That'll make sure that they are nice and empty and ready to take a nap. No, they run around in the snow for 2 minutes, came back in, and are now wide awake again. So, yeah. Snow's a thing, by the way. Who's had snow today? Northern Hemisphere folk. Goldson's lurking in the background. I doubt he's had snow, but there's we've both had some snow and are expecting a lot more of the damn stuff, apparently. If the weatherman is to be believed. Sometimes he is, sometimes he definitely did. I didn't look outside yet. Yeah, take a look. Take a look. About the lumber farming, you don't need a route. If you want to follow a line, that's fine. But lumber spawns so fast, you can basically just hop between a few spawns in a mini circle. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's also true. That's also true if you're... but I mean, I know personally, whenever I do any farming, I just want to follow a line. And if nothing else, that just means that you do, like, cover most of the map. When you do start doing laps, it's easy to, like, end up spending more time flying. But yeah, it's fine. Rain in California. And that's good for California, though, right? You need a bit of rain from time to time. Place is on fire half the time. Free cocaine, don't sniff the yellow snow. So much about that sentence. So much. None of the snow on the actual holiday days, but the other days for sure. Yeah, I put my flipping shoulder out already. Literally first day shoveling snow, and I've tweaked my shoulder. It's clearly a byproduct of too much good food and too much good drink over Christmas. I'm unexercised. Stepped straight into doing some flipping snow shoveling and nearly killed myself. Wait, where's all my auctions? Oh no, oh flipping hell. There's gonna be like an hour left on everything, isn't there? Oh, that's... Oh, game, please give me 47-hour listings. What I would do for 47-hour listings. Well, at least, I'll tell you what we can do then. At least we can have a little bit of a scout. We can have a bit of a shop about. We can do a quick snipe for decor. What's going on with this? Why is his add-ons gone crazy? Why is point blank sniper being switched off? Tacos need oil, they're squeaking, I know. Like I said, they were literally chilled 20 minutes before the stream. I was like, cool, it's nearly 11 o'clock, time to throw the stream up, doggos are chill, everything's going good, coffee's made, driveway is swept. They found a squeaky toy. Well, at least we can hopefully remedy that with some big gold sales. No decor. We do a regular snipe for everything else. See if there's any other random goodies. We're going to have to wait for auctions to expire, because I'm sure as shit not doing cancel scans. We can fill our time with other stuff. Yeah, trading post. There should be a new trading post today as well, right?
Welcome to the trading post.
What we got? Oh! I was like, what? Is it bugged? He goes in and out of his shell. Suck it in. Hop it out. Cool. What we got? Village attire. Okay. Big wacky stick. 4 pixels again, Blizzard. Why in 2026 are you still trying to sell us transmog with 4 pixels on it? Spiky ball. Oh my god. Put some clothes on, girl. The iron keynie. The iron chain keynie. You got modesty pigtails on the go. Sweatsuit. Some random ass hat. I don't think I'm going to be spending much of my hard-earned trader's tender. I mean, what is that for a bow? Flipping red stick. Winter hat. Okay. What's returning? Okay, we got the fiery cock. Fiery cock birds. Some ensembles. Big hammer. Now you see this is a cooler transmog. It's got animations and all sorts of stuff on. This one's much cooler. Golden clockwork hammer. Big old fisty boy. Pew pew gun. When's this returning from then? When did this go out? When was this? All Mechanome style stuff. The wind up woofy. Companion. Oh, we usually pick up companions. We'll have the companion. We'll have the mount. We'll have the other mount. Because it's only 500. And there's actually nothing else I want this month. That's it. That is it. View cut. $1,550 tendies. Yoink. Easy business. Why did that cause all of my other accounts to have a heart attack? Oh, it's a journalator thing. Journalator's had a heart attack because it doesn't know how to calculate currency from the trading post. Okay. Cool. There's trading post for the month. Liked the greatsword, not much else. Yeah, it's not too much going on, is there? I'm going to be honest, the trading post feels like a massive, just sort of, afterthought more than anything else now. Big old afterthought. Heroic potion recipe? I purchased one of these for 3 gold 100 days ago. I like old school recipes, though. From time to time, you sell an old school recipe and it surprises you. Tome polymorph monkey. Often flip those around. Oh, I didn't press go on this account. Whoops. So another 22k tendies. Not been anything worth buying for ages. I mean, I started with the rule of like buy pets, mounts, and toys. And then whatever's left can go on any old random piece of mog that I care for. But I still end up with like loads spare. Smoochums? I don't know why. Why do I keep finding smoochums on the cheap? Don't know. Right, we'll have to come back to these guys in a little bit because our auctions haven't expired yet. We'll try a little bit more quick fire on the old scouting for deals this morning. Oh, I also did something cool, boys and girls. I figured something out. I got a cool little animation set up on the go for hype trains. Now, this isn't me trying to shamelessly promo a hype train on the first stream of 2026, but if anybody happens to have a Twitch Prime line about that they don't need and want to throw it my way, or want to drop some bits in the chat real fast to trigger a small little cheeky hype train, there's a cool new animation. It pops up down the bottom, which I'm hoping works and looks cool. It was for anybody that's been in Bear's Adventures stream recently, you might have seen she has something
Is that
similar.
Your wallet? Are you just glad to see me?
Simp, my man, thank you
Both,
very
I
much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the Prime. There we go. Cracking use of the Prime, you see? Cracking use of the Prime. You know what I'll do? Let's do
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Got some biddies lying about. You're right, just sitting there.
Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to see me?
Boom!
Both, I hope.
Boom! I'll throw in some gifties myself, look. Look at the hype train, look at him go! Look at him go!
Is that your wallet?
Anybody who joins in on the hype train will get on in the carriage. And you might notice if you can see well enough, it's goblin themed.
Wallet?
It's goblin themed.
Both, I hope.
Shorper, Weldar, Goose, Ya Boy, Phantom, and Silent Time. Congratulations on your gifty subs. I hope you enjoyed the ad-free viewing this month.
Are you just glad to see me?
Wheels go forward, trains go backwards. Hey. Yes, that is me in the driver's seat. Yes, I am, of course, the conductor. Although I think the
profit together.
The conductor can change. I'm not entirely sure. Puppy's doing a madness. Yeah, I know the puppies will always do a madness. But I thought it's kind of cool having a proper hype train animation. We don't get too many hype trains because I don't push for the money side of the Twitch thing too much. But it's I spotted it on Bear stream, thought it was really cool, and so took the inspiration. Tried to make a goblin Warcraft themed variation of it. If more people join in, its carriages grow as well, so it then ends up making a big long train. I thought it was quite clever. Right, let's run a quick regular snipe. One, two. Flipping hell, it's a long boy party going on over here. A long boy party. Ginny, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Lady Daisy, good morning to you. Welcome in. Shredder wheel storage chest.
Is that your wallet?
Yo, ukulele with a 40.
Both, I
Woohoo!
hope.
My man, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Join the hype train. Hop aboard. Hop aboard. Did I get the new chain keynie? I might have to buy the chain keynie just because it's kind of one of those weird things that you should have. I haven't bought the chain keynie. I bought some of the pets and the mounts. The nipple scratcher. Oh, God. Hey, no woofing. You can play ball. No barking. She just winked at me. Dog looked and winked at me. Unlock a random emote. What do you mean, unlock a random emote? Oh, well, we've hit rank 3. Nice. Put the puppy to the camera. You want puppy cam? Let me give you full on puppy cam for a minute. There's the trio. There's the trio. Like I said, they were all pretty chilling this morning until I thought, you know what, it'd be a good idea is to take them out 2 minutes before I start the stream for a pee. Turns out that just woke them all up again, and they've been playing ever since. But Solo looks to have gone back to bed. He's chill. My ball, she says. Nips who doesn't agree. You pair got a share. Look very wolf-like. They do. Well, we call Solo our coyote. Looks kind of like a coyote. Amalama. Nips. Oh yes. Hi you. Sorry, I said your name, didn't I? Very floof. Very floofs. Do I want some shredder wheel storage chests? Sure. Beloved elk plushies. I don't really want any more of these. Borealis bottle lamps. I've still got a handful of those I can't sell. Same with these Pyrewood glass bottles. 1300 gold seems pretty cheap though. Zandalari bottle shipment. I've got 10 of those in the war bank as well. Let's get a regular one on the go. One buyout sniper. One buyout sniper. Boom. Goldson, my man, welcome in. Good morning to you. We're talking about you a second ago. We mentioned that we'd had some snow, and we all assumed that you probably didn't have snow. Are the default min-max normal formulas from TSM any good? They're catch-all formulas. So, no. That if you just want to... They're certainly not good for anything crafted. They work perfectly fine for anything that you might have farmed up. But generally speaking, the default ones are not great. If you actually break down what the default ones do, they run the risk of posting things for as low as 25% market price, which I've always sort of thought was a bit of a bait for new players. I think I've always said, and I've always put back the feedback to TSM. that it was... Oh, Hype Train is finished, boys and girls. Thank you very much for the tier 3 Hype Train this morning. Appreciate the subs. Appreciate the bits. Collect your emotes. What did we get? What did we get? That's iconic emote and conductor badge. Choo choo. Yeah, I've always kind of suggested to TSM that they should maybe make their default auctioning operations more simplistic but more beginner friendly. They've kind of designed it so it's just a catch-all. Basically any item, it will put it on the auction house. But it doesn't necessarily mean it puts them on the auction house in a very good way. Sweet sticky treat. Don't know why that's so cheap, but 7 gold, I'll have that. Aha, subs expired. I knew that was coming. Go on, ask me to use a token. There we go. Use token. Use token, use token, use token. Go. You're going to reconnect properly. Please reconnect so I don't have to close and open the clients again. Yes, beautiful. Beautiful. Starting to thin concentration alts. I'm starting to think concentration alts are going to be more of a pain this time around. I don't think they'll be any more of a pain. I just don't think they'll be anywhere near as profitable. Yeah, there goes 1.6 million. Yeah, 1.6 mil in the hole. Yeah, I just don't think. I just don't think concentration alts will be as profitable. From what I've seen, recipe-wise, there's less recipes that I feel are candidates for using concentration on. And I also don't feel that the system's set up in a way that will allow you to juice quite as much from, you know, it's a real subtlety, but enchanting no longer having 100% refund on ingenuity proc makes a massive difference, a huge difference to the profitability of enchanting. Enchanting will still be the most profitable because nearly every enchant recipe is a candidate. But instead of sometimes getting lucky and proccing like 12 enchants off a single bar of concentration and just laughing all the way to the bank, you might be getting 3 or 4 enchants per ult and having to call it a day. Which, you know, that's a monstrous difference. Is it just me, or does listing and cancel scanning all of the housing decor feel more and more like farming? I mean, you're trading your time for profits. This is why I've always suggested people be very cautious about cancel scanning, because people don't realize that if you sit there for an hour cancel scanning, that's doubled the amount of time that you've spent on those items. Which, in other words, has halved your gold per hour if you farmed those items, you know? I tend to live by the theory that you should just post things, and if you're you should be posting at either in a smarter way so that you don't have to cancel scan. That said, you cancel scan when the going's good, so, you know, this is why the first couple of weeks with Decor, cancel scanning was a must, almost, because the rate, you know, the amount of customers coming through the door was so goddamn high. You wanted to make sure that you were put in a position that they bought your thing, not somebody else's. But now we're outside of that first gold rush. It doesn't really make much sense to cancel scan, to be honest, because you've got very little confidence that spending an hour cancel scanning your decor will actually amass anything. Because what's to say that somebody is going to turn up and want to buy a whole bunch of decor during that 1 hour that you spend cancel scanning? There's no guarantee. Sure, cancel scan flasks on reset day, because you know that there's a 3-hour window where 80% of the week's flasks get sold. But you don't know that with decor. Doesn't that also mean that there'll be less units on the auction house of such enchant? That's probably true, but I don't think that that's going to affect. I don't think that's going to affect the price too much. It will allow for things to more easily be reset, but I'm not convinced that. Alma, stop digging the floor. I don't feel that just because there'll be 20% less stock on the auction house, does it mean that they'll be 20% more expensive because of that? You tend to find that most things sort of, you know, if you look at the pricing on the auction house, like from highest to lowest, there's like a few listings high, and then the vast majority of stuff is at like the bottom 10-20% of the price range anyway. If there's slightly less of a blob of auctions at the bottom, it doesn't really make any difference to the price. If there's less of them. Ancient ceremonial trident. What's that? Oh, that's the artisan's curio thing. Yeah, I don't want any of them anymore. Random ash trinket, winter boots. Nothing there. Wildercloth bolt recipe, 75 gold. $1.3 million for a brawler's harness. Get out of here. These things keep popping up because somebody sold one for somebody sold a brawler's harness for 2 million gold, and it's created a sale average price, which is annoying because it means they keep popping up on my sniper scans, and I don't want to see them. You sell it me for 100k, and I'll take the chance of never selling it, but I ain't pissing around with one for any sizable price. Hashtag remove concentration. Yeah, I know you've always been strong in the camp of either get rid or limit concentration. I think concentration is very, very good as a system, as it greatly allows basically anybody the opportunity to make a little bit of gold with their professions. But of course, I do think that the scalability. Well, see, this is the thing. I'm not even. I don't truly think concentration is a scalable way of making more gold, which is why I'm not too big on it myself personally. But the fact that you can just throw more alts at the situation means that you have the ability to produce. You basically have more concentration than other people. I am somewhat in the agreement that there maybe should be a cap on the amount of concentration an account can have. I wouldn't mind if concentration went account wide, but they gave you 10,000 of it instead of 1,000. And you could, you could spend all 10,000 of that on one character if you wanted to. Or you could, you know, have 3 different jewel crafters or 3 different enchanters and split it like 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. You know, I would be more. I don't think removing it is a good idea. I don't, but I would probably quite welcome a account cap to the amount of it you could use. Is that some random ass incense recipe? I don't know. Like I said, I like recipes. I'd rather buy and try and flip a recipe than I would. Piece of transmog. I mean, because like I said, and I've mentioned this to a few people, and I'm not picking Goldson out here, but he was one of the people I sort of tried to speak about this with, is that having 50 concentration alts is great. Let's say 50 concentration alts makes you a token. That's great. And if you want to make 2 tokens, you can. There is something you can do to make 2 tokens, but it's to run 100 concentration alts. It's not, in my mind, scaling. It's the equivalent of working overtime. You work overtime, you get paid more, yes, but it's not any more, unless time. I'm assuming that by working overtime, you get paid the same hourly rate. You're just doing more hours. That's what concentration alts feel like to me. And so there's the people that want to work part time with 10 alts, and they can very quickly bang out 10 alts, and they'll make, you know, some pennies. And there are people that want to work concentration alts literally like it's a job, 40 hours a week, and have hundreds of alts. Sure, you'll make substantially more gold than the person that only has 10 alts, but you're not making that gold in any way, any more of an efficient way, I don't feel. And I think far too many people have had, like, the amount of people I've seen who have turned up and been like, yeah, I've made 250 alts in Remix. I'm like, mate, you are going to burn to a crisp within a week. Like, I shit you not. You're going to spend all of your liquid gold right now leveling those 200, getting professions set up on those 250 alts. And then 2 weeks later, you're going to be you're going to think to yourself, this is far too much like hard work, and sack it off. Or you'll smash your face into a keyboard for far too long and end up hating yourself and just quit. So I will be limiting my concentration output. I have all of these characters. All of these characters that deal with my auctions. They'll all be given enchanting, no doubt. And they'll be able to, I don't know, I'll keep some materials in their bags and maybe just, you know, because craft a few things here or there. But I'm not going to be too religious about it. And the only reason I'll do that is because I log on to these characters almost once a day anyway, for other purposes. But I am, well, that's crafted. I'm absolutely not going to go crazy with it. I just don't think it's worth. I couldn't even handle 10. I was like, fuck this, I don't need the gold. Yeah. You could argue the same about selling decor on multiple servers. The point is the time you spend on a conk alt is highly efficient. You just have to find the amount that you can stomach. I doubt there's anything that rivals concentration gold per hour. It's very deceptive, though. It's very deceptive because, yes, once everything is actually up and running, that 2 minutes, and it does need to be kept to literally 2 minutes, that 2 minutes per character twice a week is highly efficient. But that's not the whole story, is it? That's the thing. That's not the whole story. There is, if you're going to put forward the gold per hour argument, you also have to consider, well, how long did it take you to level that character? How long did it take you initially to level up those professions? Initially, how much did it cost you to level up those professions? You can only break it down to its, YouTube clickbait gold per hour standings once you've already bought and paid for all of the front-loaded effort. Because you bet your ass there'll be nobody out there that calculates in the amount of time they're spending leveling alts in Remix right now. Gathering lumber on 5 accounts using the hive mind, then crafting the decor and selling will make great. I mean, that is outrageous gold. That is literally outrageous gold. People hive minding lumber at the moment. I know a few people who are doing it. A few people using the hive minds to gather the lumber are literally making a killing. And I am convinced that those people will be able to maintain that throughout the entirety of Midnight. Should they choose. That alone will make people hundreds of millions in the next expansion. If I could be bothered to go get the hive mind mount on 5 characters, I'm to be fair, I'm in an absolutely prime position to do it because I don't have the mount. I've never bothered to go and do it. So I absolutely could create 5 custom druids purely for the purpose of going and getting the hive mind. And then that can be my hive mind team who can fly around in a jellyfish and just win. How does it help with gathering? It's a 5-player mount. All 5 players hop in the same mount and then just fly around. It's genuinely the most overpowered mount in the game after the Brutasaur. But it's an absolute pain in the ass to get it. And only the 5 characters that work together to get that hive mind are allowed to be in the mount. You can't then put any of your other alts in the mount. It's very restricted. But it's for those who have it, it's and have a dedicated team of 5 that got it, it's kind of cracked. It's kind of ridiculous. Somebody clearing out a guild bank of old recipes. Yoink. Scholar's Ancient Pack. I sold one of these not too long ago for like 10,000 gold. That's crafted, I think. No? Oh no, that's the one where it's you got to get the right one at the right item level for the right appearance. I can't be bothered with any of them. They're too much like hard work. I mean, who knows? Even if it's just for content, maybe I might do the hive mind, but I did some 2-player mount farming while I was watching Stranger Things. Was already very worth it. Yeah, the second account adds about 50% more mats per hour. I've seen many people say that they can get past 400 lumber an hour just with a second tag along account. It's not double efficiency on 2 accounts, but it's definitely an improvement. "5x gathering the first 3 days of an expansion sounds pretty safe, big gold." Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you play early access and you just gather on 5 accounts, yeah, you're laughing all the way to the bank. Oh, all the puppies are hiding. Where are all the puppies? We got Amlams in the middle of the floor. We got Sulot under the sofa. And we got Nip. Oh, you can't see because my ass is in the way. Nips was in her bed next to me. Oh, and she's gone. Welcome in, though. About 500 lumber an hour with 2 accounts. That's with dynamic flying and 2-player druid form. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, 400 plus is possible. If you can push 500, you are nearly optimizing both of those accounts. But 250 to 300 is possible on a single account in most zones as well, so... Oh, I don't like buying rings. The odd thing is they do randomly sell because when leveling you never have rings or trinkets really. Don't buy no 5 epic editions though. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. I haven't even bought Midnight yet on my 4 other accounts. I need to calculate that in soon. I've obviously got Epic Edition on my main account, but I equally don't really want Epic Editions on the other accounts unless I absolutely find a good need for them. They can still do their buying and selling and flipping and all that sort of stuff without even Midnight. But there's a good chance I'm going to want to take the characters on these accounts into Midnight and get them their professions and stuff, so they at least need a pre-order. Or they at least, well, or am I going to want to do that? I don't know. Might just have to wait. Five epic editions starts to get pretty expensive pretty quickly. What? Why does this account keep doing silly things? It's 30 tokens, you could make that back in 3 days. It's not even about making it back. It's about just getting the busy work done. Getting the busy work done while it's quiet before the masses turn up. You know, the busy work of just getting every character into the new capital city, getting them their professions. And weirdly, 3 days is an extra bar of it's an extra 750. It's basically an extra bar of concentration, isn't it? For every character. At the point where it also probably matters the most, which is in the first week or two. So it's kind of, like I said, any busy work that you just get done, any busy work you get done in those first few days is time you don't have to spend after. Dimensional Ripper Area 52. That's a crafted toy, isn't it? I'm relatively sure they're crafted. But I'm also relatively sure somebody's listed those missing a 0. Sure, it's only 10k. I might live to regret that. Boycott early access by the expansion at launch. If I wasn't a content creator, if I didn't live online, I don't think there's any sugarcoating that if World of Warcraft wasn't my job, then yeah, I'd be totally with you. I violently despise the fact that they're cash grabbing on selling people access 3 days early. But for me, the pros outweigh the cons. Cheeky fuckers put it over the weekend, so that's time when you can play. Wow, and yeah, it's clearly by design, isn't it? The weekend before, and this is why for us in the EU, the 3 days early access almost turns into 4. Because you get Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then the game goes live on Tuesday. So it's practically 4 days for us. What's an echoing fragment? No idea. I genuinely don't even know what it is. The hell's an echoing fragment? There's 4 different versions of them. Used for the achievement fragment of memories. Loot and shatter an echoing fragment found in the Wall Soul memory events, which rewards a toy. That'll be an easy flip then. Alright, it shouldn't be too long before all my auctions start expiring and we can start relisting stuff. And more importantly, seeing if we sold anything. It's the only way I can show my opinion about early access to Blizzard, by withholding my money. Oh no, I 100% agree. Voting with your wallet is the only thing we can do. I'm just in an unfortunate position where they've got me by the short and curlies. Like, unfortunately, my vote comes at a significant financial cost to me. I cannot miss those first few days, unfortunately. But like I said, I'm in a very different position to a lot of people. I would love to be able to join you on that, but I have too much riding on it. Weekly profession quests won't be available until March the 2nd anyway. Yeah, if they mimic what they did during the War Within launch, weekly quests and stuff, yes, won't activate until the first actual reset. But it could, it could very well end up being 3 days of early access, flying around on as many of your characters as you've got, picking up 24 knowledge points for treasures, right? Just think how long it's like for all of these alts that you've got. Just think how long it's going to take you just to fly around and pick up treasures. That's busy work, isn't it? It's just busy work. And if you can get some of that busy work done and out of the way, get a couple of characters leveled, get a bit of farming, get a little bit of early materials in place, get your professions leveled a little bit. The advantage really isn't during the early access. It's the advantage that the early access buys you in that first week. You know, that you basically get a 10-day week when everybody else gets a 7-day week. Sure. Why is Pandarian bed? Got a lot of these already. What have I been paying for these? 11,000 on average. My TSM only claims I've sold one of them for 27. They're very cheap. That's literally somebody giving them away. That's kind of hard to leave those there. I'll put them somewhere. Spectral Porcupet. Cheap, easy flip, that one. It's basically free. We'll put it in the bin if we don't want it. Tankards of Terror are surprisingly easy flips. Probably not the offhand though. Cheap enough. I ended Treasures on Alliance and Horde like 5 days ago. Yeah, if you can front load as much of the profession leveling in those first few days without spending a premium on doing it, so like the busy work that, collecting treasures, if in those first few days you can get your reps up to 6 as well, that's going to give you, well, it's 9 with one of them, but at least 6. If you can get a character level, a couple of characters leveled, few knowledge points gathered on those characters, just get the busy work done. Early access auction house didn't break. It wasn't until the gates opened that it died. Yeah, it was starting to get a bit ropey during early access, I remember, but it didn't completely crash and burn until the game went actually live, which was a real game changer. But hopefully these changes and these tweaks that they've been making to the auction house through the War Within smooth some of those problems out. You get early access on all accounts, even if you only buy it on one. No, I don't think you do. I don't think you do, but I didn't try. I only went into the War Within with one account that I wanted early access on anyway. Because at that point, all of the characters that I cared about were on my main account. We're going to need to dig through dirt piles for knowledge items again. Yes, that is a system. They have copy and pasted. Each profession has 2 weekly treasures that need to be found. Another reason why getting your reps up nice and quickly, nice and early, will help. Because in the first couple of days, if you can get your reps high enough to unlock the because you remember how there's like 2 tiers of treasures in most zones, right? You got to get a few renown levels within each zone and within each faction to start seeing the dirt piles or the specific treasures. You can actually get a couple of days head start on that, and it makes farming those treasures like brain dead easy the first few days. A, because nobody's unlocked them yet, and B, because most people aren't picking them up either because of that. Drop rates seem way higher than retail's version of it. I did notice that they did seem to turn up quite quickly and easily, but again, it's a difficult one. Is that a is that a beta thing? Does it feel that way just because there's so many treasures on the ground that in a space of 10 minutes you can hit so many treasures that you end up with both of your treasures? Most of your time spent on retail is actually trying to find the damn treasure in the first place. Well, that's clearly posted at the wrong price, isn't it? But yeah, hopefully they've made them easier to get, because I also basically ignored them after the first couple of weeks. There isn't going to be a mad panic rush, I don't think, for knowledge points though, outside of a few professions and a few builds. The only mad panic rush for knowledge points is going to be anybody that's trying to be region first mass crafter of something. And I now know from first-hand experience that the risks involved in that are very high. Because even if you do manage to zoom, zug, zug, get all of your knowledge points and all of your profession set up and unlock max build, even if you are first past the finishing line, you have to not only be first past the finishing line, you have to be first past the finishing line at the point where that item is in mass demand. And most professions are looking to have no more than 150 knowledge points for max build. Which means you will probably, if you're really trying, be able to do that week 2. Which will only mean that if it's something that's very, very heavily needed, what I'm trying to say here is that pushing for max builds turned out to be a bit of a bait because way too many people were able to achieve max build way before anybody wanted the thing. And then, like, I know people, like, jewel crafting was the best example of this. People who were pushing their jewel crafters to be able to mass produce rank 3 gems at the launch of the War Within were able to get the rank 3 gem recipes unlocked really quite quickly. But then there was a clear and obvious problem that nobody had any gear, nobody had any gem slots, nobody needed any gems for like another week. And it meant that the markets were like completely squished way before anybody even wanted anything. Which meant that initial upfront high cost to be first across the finishing line was really hard to recover from. Bought 4 of these at an average of 4k a piece. They're too expensive. I mean, they're cheap, but they're too expensive. What is the Emerald Dream? A Druid class quest? Gotta be worth more than 10 gold. Region does make it so competitive, it does, yeah. Can't really do it week 1 for most stuff. I think the rate in which you are going to gain knowledge points within your professions is going to be a bit slower as well. You got to remember, unless it's added very late in the day, we're basically 30 knowledge points less than what we were able to quickly get last time round. Because there's no knowledge point books. There's no 10 knowledge point books that you just buy for artisan security from Lorendal. You know, the ones that were like 200, 300, 400 artisan security. If you were doing a shuffle, you were able to buy all of those books very quickly. But those books don't exist this time. Which means you're 30 points short. Yeah, plus you got, I think it was 350 artisan security from a goodie bag for free, which also is something we're not going to get. So you might be you might be hamstrung on Moxie a little bit, and we don't know how much Moxie it's going to take to build our profession tools yet. We like I said, we still don't have lots of answers. But my suspicion is that knowledge points might be a little bit more restricted. But most builds are not looking. I mean, like I said, there's always exclusions to this rule. Most builds are not looking like they're going to take hundreds of knowledge points to min-max. I mean, I think going into the War Within, the most expensive thing to min-max was the alchemical chaos flask, which was like 260 knowledge points. But flasks, enchants, potions, gems, most consumables seem to be about 150 knowledge points to min-max them. He's quite a bit quicker. I'm only speaking very broadly though, because I've not done deep dives in all of this yet, because it hasn't felt worth doing until the beta's closer to finished. Epic bow, we'll flip that. Alchemy's patron orders on the beta realms, 80% of them are requiring concentration to complete. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't that different in... Alchemy had that problem in the War Within. If you spec'd into potions, you were completely screwed over. Like, whether you went potions or whether you went flasks, it basically meant 50% of your patron orders were going to take concentration to fill, because you could only choose to go left or to go right, which did mean that a lot of alchemy's patron orders were a challenge. Alchemy looks so much easier though in Midnight, so much easier. I mean, literally, you can start churning out high-quality flasks from day one with concentration. Like, 0 skill in the profession. Literally skill level 1 on an alt. If you've already got one alchemist that's done a bit of work, skill level 1 on an alt can start churning out, like, ridiculously quick. I kind of worry for the flask market. The only advantage is that the flask market is crazy busy at the beginning of an expansion, because of course it's the one thing that everybody wants a lot of before the raid even begins. Most other commodities you have to wait until people are at least starting to get some gear before the big demand kicks in, excluding those very small amount of absolute giga chads who like try and do pre-raid bits and all sorts of silly stuff. They've got more gold than sense, but somebody's done a number on these wedding bands, you know. Somebody's planning and hoping that weddings are going to be that weddings are going to start being a thing in the game, clearly. Ha! Jewelcraft. I remember that toy. I remember this toy being so expensive to craft way back in the day, because it took like 5 of each of the rare gems. And I want to say Pandemonites were like 4,000 gold a piece or something like that. This one toy was like 50k craft cost once upon a time. Now there's somebody that's clearly clearing out a guild bank of them. They're crafted. I'm going to ignore them. I don't want 7 of these. Once upon a time, that would have been a good flip, but not anymore. You need twice as much concentration because we now have to go from rank 2 to rank 3 instead of rank 1 to rank 2. Oh, on that, I had a similar thought when we first started looking at this, because we've only got 2 qualities. Quality 1 giving 0 bonus skill and high quality giving 40% skill. Is it going to cost us substantially more concentration? It actually turns out it doesn't, because of the way they've balanced the concentration curves. Even though normal quality materials give no additional skill in terms of recipe difficulty, using all quality 1 materials is the equivalent of using all quality 2 materials for most crafts. So TLDR, it doesn't actually, even though they've squished the qualities, it doesn't actually take much more concentration per craft. outside of recipes where they clearly want you to burn all of your concentration on. So like some jewel crafting recipes, for example, if you have no skill and no tools and are only using normal quality materials, it could take you a full bar of concentration to make like one, which is clearly by design. Yeah, true, they still might change the curve, but it kind of it kind of looks like they planned for that ahead of time. In the coding, normal quality materials act the same as rank 2 materials in retail now in relation to concentration. The only difference is they have the skill gain quality of only rank 1 mats, which is that they don't add any skill. That's bait if ever I've seen it. Nothing there. Nothing there. Is this unique? I don't think it is. Stuff like this has me on the fence between ingenuity or resourcefulness on tools. Oh, in Midnight, multicraft 99% of the time. If it can multicraft, you use multicraft. On tools are dead simple. Tools are really easy in the War Within. Stack multicraft as high as you can possibly get it wherever it applies. Enchanting, you put resourcefulness on. It's easy. Ingenuity isn't going to go anywhere near a profession tool in the War with in Midnight. Sorry, Midnight's dead easy. In the War Within, for example, one of the only times where you'd stack ingenuity was with enchanting, and that was only because you could get it to 47% by the time you stacked it from every direction. And it had 100% refund. Those two together made it more powerful than just shooting for resourcefulness. But you can't do either of those things in Midnight. You can't get 100% refund, and you definitely can't get as high as 47% chance for it to proc. So, in other words, you just stack resourcefulness. And for literally everything else, because there's now a multicraft enchant as well, it's not even a competition. Like on gems, potions, flasks, mana oils, literally everything. Multicraft tool, multicraft enchant. The greater the opportunity, even on concentration, you'll stack multicraft. You'll actually end up relying significantly more on getting those freebies. That's an outrageous price on that. It's another one of those old school standard ass things, but Reforged Blade of the Heroes. Need to know more about this. Available for as low as 48,000 gold. Only available on 28% of realms with a region median of over 200k. That means this thing's very rare. There's only 44 of them across the EU. Wherever it is possible. Silvermoon has a fuckload of them. Does it actually have a shitload of them, or is it just that it's got... No. Okay, they're actually quite readily available at 50k. The massive glut of them. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 25% of the entire stock is available for less than 100k on a few realms. Repair the Blade of Heroes. Wait, what? Must be reforged before it can be used. Reforging the sword. The hell? You have to get a broken blade and then you repair it and then you get the reforged blade. The fuck is this? Okay, that's already far too complicated for me to care about in that much detail, and I'm not paying 67,000 gold for it now. But I was merely intrigued by what it was. Chewed on Reigns of the Terrified Pack Mules. 300k. That's one of those difficult ones, you know. That's a difficult one because these occasionally get botted and get really cheap. But the pack mules, not so much. $250 is the cheapest these are going for right now. Surprisingly low amount of them. Holy! Well, it's been a while since these have been botted, clearly. What happened here? There was 300 of them across the region in November, and it went down to 183 and never recovered. I wonder if that's... I wonder if that was a bunch of accounts getting banned or what. There's no way somebody made a move on those. But it's had an effect, look. The fact they never came back again. And the quantity of them recently has got incredibly scary low. But they're all located in the same place. 700. 690. Mil. Oh, a lot of these are... Somebody just hasn't listed their auctions for a couple of days. Somebody's trying to hold as many of these as possible and sell them for a mil. Somebody's taking them all to low pop servers and just hoping. It's interesting. Yeah, it's the fact that these occasionally just get botted. If I had more money than sense, I would spend 300 on a few of these and just send them other places and just play the same game as clearly a few others, but it's too much capital to get locked up in one item right now. There's another one of those reforged blade things. Oh, we're on Silvermoon now, that's why. don't mind some cheeky cheap pets. Cursed Dune Watcher. Couple at 27 apiece. 50k average sale price. Sure. I think if you save a whole day's worth of concentration, ingenuity could be something. Again, it's how cheap are the mats. Multicraft is a sure thing. Just replying to the comment about enchanting. If it costs 400, then double ingenuity will still be the go-to, even if it's 70% now. It's one of those where it's very difficult to math. The point is even 99% refund means that you need 2 procs before you can press the button again. And actually, if you are using a lot of concentration alts, what you are probably more inclined to create is a scenario where you use a reliable amount of concentration. Because you want to know that every 4 days, you want to be able to burn it as close to 0 as possible, and then 4 days later log back on and do the same again. You don't want to like end with 200 concentration left, but another craft costing you 350. Because there's a strong chance that you're still going to come back 4 days later, and what will actually have happened is you'll have just wasted that 200 concentration. This is the consideration I don't think many people make. This is where, yes, maybe mathematically ingenuity might come out ahead, but you're better off using a consistent amount of concentration. Because if you know one proc can't give you the ability to press the button again, you can only do that with 100% refund. You need 2 procs to be able to press the button again. If you don't get that second proc, there's a good chance that you're wasting the benefit of that first proc. Also known as just stack resourcefulness and let resourcefulness win every time it procs. And keep a standardized usage of your concentration so that you can burn it efficiently. Because you got to be super duper mega vigilant to make sure that you never actually cap your concentration. More vigilant than I bet most players are. Once every 10 days. Oh, you looking more for the bulk crafting? You're going back 2 expansions. You go in Dragonflight mode. It's interesting. I do think tailoring's going to have a different feel again about it again. Because just purely because the bolts are used in more things. Yes. Shadow Flame Tempered Armor Patch. Yes. Love me 75 gold recipes. Zigwin Zagin. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, like I said, I know full well that people are going, people are going, you know, all chips on black when it comes to concentration. And from what I've experienced in the past and what I've seen on the Midnight Beta, all chips on black might not end well. Oh shit, there's loads of these. Lost Wall Architects tables. Not had my hands on many of these so far. Take those. Yoink. Quite a surprisingly small amount of like cheap decor we found today though. How are people changing layers to farm mobs? I thought that wasn't possible. You just need to do it within a party. You need 5 different players on 5 different layers. And then one person invites the other 4. And they kill all of the mobs and loot. And then they all leave the party. And then player 2 invites the other 4. Pulls all of the other 4 onto their home layer. And that's how you can farm 5 different layers of mobs. A party of 5. This requires you to be pretty organized to do it. Either pretty organized or you need to be in control of all 5 of the characters. One of the two. Realm hopping is still very possible. Lamplighter for 165 gold? Yes, please. Hello. That's probably the biggest win of the day. What's a razor crystal blade? For 5k. Guess we'll find out. Nether shard essence. Can flip those. More chewed on. You ever fat fingered posting something and price it for 10 gold instead of 10,000 gold? Not. I don't think I have. But this is mostly because I cannot remember the last time I manually posted anything. Like, if it's not in my TSM setup, it doesn't get posted these days. And so it's all, you know, unless I've made a monumental boo-boo in a TSM operation somewhere, but that's also not really thing. Have you seen anything mentioned about Sky Golem not working now? I heard somebody say that Sky Golem doesn't work for mounted herbalism anymore. I didn't know if that was a bug or a beta thing or even true, because I'd not tested it myself. It's one of those things that you hear, you keep your ears open on the internet, but it's worth verifying it yourself sometimes. It's true, it was working, but it got turned off. Interesting. I don't know. Report it's a bug. Do you have a spreadsheet for keeping track of your alt army in some way? Not really. I mean, yeah, I do. I have. Oh, that's not the one I show you. That's my account. So let's close that one real fast. I do track where my characters are on a spreadsheet and on what realm they're all on. So I have this kind of thing where it just tracks my characters and where they live. But this is more just for quick reference to who's on what realm if I need to quickly go buy something. I don't do any sort of like anything particularly fancy with it. Five of those. Too many. Dentar flip. Well, I'm not buying Mog from another flipper. Dragon Isle's cooking. Bought one for 150 gold. Sold it for 6,000 gold. Doesn't look like there's anything I want from here. Regal Barding Framework. Uh, 15k is still too much for an old recipe. Unless it's like an elemental lariat kind of deal, I'm not interested. One thing I did notice with both Herbalism and mining is they've made it cost the same amount of knowledge points now to earn the ability to gather whilst mounted. Now, obviously, druids still win because druids are druids, but it was clearly an active decision to make it equal for both herbalism and mining point-wise. Because I think in the War Within, it was like 60 points or something for herbalism, but like 40 for mining. I don't really know particularly why that matters, but it was a thing. Maybe this is also why they've turned off the Sky Golem. Don't know. Maybe it's all to try and equal the playing field a little bit. I don't know. In all honesty, it feels more like a bug than anything else, though. Torch burst. I remember these burst recipes. They go into making something completely pointless. One of the most dumb recipes ever added into the game. Aristocrat's Winter Drape. Another one that has different appearances dependent on the item level. A lot of weird ones like that. Nothing there interesting. Was that the last of the regular realms? We got onto relisting some auctions now. Last one. Not too many deals found today, but I think I've still spent about 250k on just odds and ends. Imagine if they also turn off gathering for flying for druids in midnight. I mean, they might be giving it the lumber approach. They might be changing some of this. Well, for herbalism and mining, they might be like, right, it's 40 knowledge points. If you want it, go get it. Or they could be adding something that is a general achievement or something. I don't know. Only Blizzard knows what Blizzard are trying to do. And I don't think they know what they're trying to do sometimes. But I agree, the Sky Golem change is an odd one. It could, you know, who knows, like... It didn't. The Sky Golems didn't seem particularly overpowered because at the end of the day, if you were going to try and quickly spin up something that could urban mine, like you just use a druid anyway, right? What's the biggie? What's the, I don't know. Of course, it did allow for non-druids to herb. I don't know, just weird. Most of the times, except for the when we want more money. Well, yeah. Black tuxedo pants. Is it that time of the year again? I'll have a set of them for 5k either way. Weird as that sounds. 50k for a BOE that probably won't get put in the bin, but sure. Robes of the Quiet Isle? No way. There's no way those prices are anything but bait. That's just a scenario that one has randomly sold for 20k. Dragonspawn Wingtipped Staff. Standard ass cosmetic item. Nah. A lot going on here. Where are we? Oh, Argent Dawn. Welcome to the home of Transmog. Not too much of anything that looks overly interesting today, though, on Argent Dawn. Okay. Now, new improved Sky Golem does herbing and mining, only 19.99. Now that is more like it. That's thinking with your brain. That's thinking with your brain. I'd buy one, they'd get me. Uh-huh. Yep. fell about 20 meters in Lemix, took 112 million fall damage. Woof. You could fall from the sun and take less damage than that. Oh, wait, what? Is stuff still not expired? Oh, come on, game. Ah! Okay. 48-hour listings are the bane of my life, you know. And the problem is that it only pushes this problem further away every time. You know what I'll do is I'll just not relist my auctions on Sunday. If I just don't relist my auctions on Sunday, it'll be fine. Get a reset for Monday. Okay, that was me thinking we'd be able to start relisting some stuff. Apparently not. The lumber price is stabilizing. I've been pleasantly surprised with lumber, you know. I mean, you're still looking at over 300 gold. 300 to 500 gold for every piece of lumber you pick up. Which is kind of wild. That is, of course, by the time you've crafted with it and then sold the piece of decor. That's where these prices come from. But in terms of an indication, there seems to be a relatively even spread. There's not like... There doesn't appear to be like one lumber that's significantly worth way more than another. Even with Alemba lumber being used to make Shadow Moon lumber, they are two of the higher prices at 481 and 425, but it's not like there's a massive shortage or a massive over farming of Outland lumber. The Outland routes were a bit weird though, I noticed. The it's one of 3 zones, isn't it really? Negrand, Terracar Forest or Zangarmarsh lumber. Negrand has the advantage of giving you the chance at Corium ore as well. But weirdly, I think every man and their dog is in Terracar Forest because you just do the top bit. The top bit's really densely populated. I need to test some of these routes out in a little bit more detail. I've planned and created routes for like every type of lumber, but I haven't thoroughly tested them all. Which is on my to-do list, but because I also would like to be quite proactive and have like a good 1,000-ish lumber of each type just stocked up for when we go into midnight, so that if there does end up being a shortage of it, quickly craft a few things and sell it, you know. I'm going to take a quick ad break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll stretch my legs, grab a drink, and we'll be back in 2. Okie dokie. Are we getting expired yet? 4 minutes. I'm just flat out refusing to cancel scan stuff. Just need it to expire. Waiting for it to expire is actually also mental. But sometimes you got to do it. I found a box of After Eights in the cupboard that I didn't know existed. So I was like, yoink, I'm taking those to the studio. Love me some After Eights. Genuinely one of the best chocolates ever made. What I will do then, while we wait for these expireds, it's after 8 AM, yeah. Exactly. Where's my... Oh, I need to figure out when I take some of my characters out of Remix, you know. The Breakfast of Champions. I'll tell you what, with a bit of an add-on purge coming in midnight, there is part of me that looks forward to doing that, simply because my main characters could really do with purging a fuckload of add-ons, because these load times are unbearable. And I've got what I consider a pretty fast PC. Like, the fact it takes me 30 seconds to load in onto one of my main characters is an indication there's far too much going on. If you log into a character and you don't log that character out for 6 hours, then sure, you don't care. But like, oh my god. This is taking the piss. Double chocolate digestives. Oh, now we're talking. My favourite ones in the UK, which don't exist in Finland, were the hobnobs with caramel and chocolate. Oh, those things were god tier. Love me a good hobnob. I think I prefer a hobnob to a digestive. Digestive's good if you're dunking it in a cup of tea, but I don't really drink tea, so it's not me. TSM Auctionator ATT. That's all you need, really, isn't it? At the end of the day. Goblin Toolbox. It is Friday, and I categorically know for a fact I will not have picked up my weekly blacksmithing quests.
The winds guide you.
But that is true. Unfortunately, quite a lot of the Goblin must-have add-ons are some beefy boys. I wish ATT would have a expansion toggle within it. Sucker for the caramel Cadbury eggs. Ooh, they are alright. I'm not the biggest fan of Cadbury's chocolate, but standard cream eggs, oh boy, I'm all over them. I bet they're in the shops already, aren't they? Oh, it does have it? ATT has an expansion toggle? Is that actually going to, like, mean it loads substantially less? Because if, what a flipping weird-ass way of ordering shit. Because, if I can flat out make it load 1/10 and then switch it back on when in-game, I would probably more consider doing that. can't believe I'm still doing flipping patron orders at this point in the expansion, but genuinely the only way I'm ever going to get these blacksmithing points. Because I'm sure as shit not going to farm treasures, and there's not really any other options, is there? There's our orders for the week. Let's see if any of these cheapy ones come with any knowledge points. Okay, it sounds like we've got some expireds now. What did we sell? Seal of Cosmic Embrace, whatever the Christ that is. A Sinister Squashling for 1 gold. I can't believe I even had one of those. They should have been insta-gibbed by default.
How may I aid you?
Right, how many blacksmithing knowledge points do you reckon that gave us then? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus the quest, 8, 9. Not a lot. We're up to 41. We're up to 41, and we need literally hundreds of the damn things. 50, 100, 225, and I got 41. Oh god, once again, blacksmithing is never going to get finished, is it? You know what's fun? Fun fact, still haven't finished Dragon Isles blacksmithing. I'm still missing 10, 20, 32 points. Stupid blacksmithing, man. Far too many knowledge points. Far too many knowledge points. And it's purely only the OCD completionism aspect of it for me that is why I do it. No legitimate reason to be doing it. Molo, Chris, good morning. Happy New Year to you both. Welcome in. Hope we're all well. Right, there's that lot posted. What I might need to do on these guys... I might clear out stuff into the guild bank on each of these. Have you tried almost completed achievements add-on? Yeah, I took a little look at it the other day. It looked quite clever. I liked the look of it. I haven't used it much, but I'm going to be brutally honest. At this point in time, I'm not really playing the game all that much either. But when we get back into like proactively like playing retail and hunting down achievements and stuff like that, it looks like a really cool add-on. Oh my god. Crashing. Frames. Game. Give me some frames. Loading 4 accounts and trying to...
What brings you here?
Would like to start the new year with some good news. Proposed to my girlfriend at New Year's Eve on midnight and she said yes. Oh, Chris, congratulations. Big hype in chat. Well done, my man. Well done. Congratulations. Oh, another one's off the market, boys and girls. Ladies, you missed an opportunity. Good effort, my man. Stream the wedding on Twitch. I mean, that's crazy talk. Has that ever happened? Has anybody actually done like a Twitch like a proper legit Twitch wedding? And I don't mean just somebody doing it for views. I bet it has, hasn't it? I bet somebody has. I bet there's somebody out there that's crazy enough to have given that a go. And there can't be many better ways to start a new year. I mean, other than finding a 75 gold elemental lariat recipe or something. But, you know, we can only dream. You can't have everything in life. Hopefully some Drawn Crafter got the ring work order. Touche. They've done live giving birth. A wedding seems simple. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nice way of having one less important day to remember. Well, you then need to go and get married on a day. Nobody remembers the day that people... Well, that said, actually, I think I proposed to my wife on her birthday. So, it becomes an easy way to remember that, but... to be honest, me and my wife are both historically terrible at remembering our actual wedding anniversary. If it wasn't engraved on the inside of our rings, we would probably never remember. We actually remember the day that, like, we got together more. Like, you know, the old style anniversary before you get married. We remember that one substantially more. And actually celebrate that one substantially more as well. Right, these ready to rock and roll. No sales on these realms. What we sold over here. Cosmic Ray Pup, Deep Dweller's Mitts of the something or other. Nothing fabulous. Today's our wedding anniversary. Easy number. 1, 2. That's quite clever. I think Christmas Day, New Year's Day, these are days which are quite popular days for people to get married on. And apparently one of the biggest reasons for that is that they know everybody that they invite has the day off. And so there's very little excuse for people not to come. Incredibly selfish reason to put it on that day. But it makes a lot of sense. Getting a venue on those days must be pricey. I mean, flipping everything about a wedding's pricey though, isn't it? It's like going out on New Year's Eve. You just know you're getting scammed, and so you just bite the bullet and just don't worry about it. But yeah, you're not wrong. There's probably cheaper days. There's also cheaper ways. That's true, though. Considering most weddings happen during the summer, a winter wedding is probably still, even on a big day like flipping Christmas Day or New Year's Day or something, it's probably still only, venue price is probably half of what it is in the summer. Honeymoon is what cost? Well, yeah. Yeah. Honeymoons usually aren't cheap. Fun fact, the last time I had like a proper real holiday was my honeymoon. And I've been married 9 years. We're lucky. We have sufficient facilities in which to spend the summer in a relaxing way, close to home. Meaning that we don't really do the big foreign holidays much. Was it a 50s birthday a couple of weeks ago? 96 people. I'm quite happy I didn't have to pay for that cake. Flipping out. That's too many for a party. Like, for starters, who knows 100 people? I mean, get out of here with your show off that you know people. Like, flipping out. That's far too many people to know. I can't remember 96 names. I'd be, you know, I'd be culling the fat way before 96. But then again, I'm, you know, I'm quite happy, content with a small social circle. You're a social butterfly, then I guess you want to. I know some people who just genuinely know everybody. Kesamoki. Yeah, yeah, that must be very funny to people who don't have an understanding of Finnish, yeah. I mean, that's 50% of the Finnish language, though, isn't it? I bet you remember the names of 96 crafts in WoW. Well, yeah, that's true. Almost encyclopedic knowledge when it comes to stuff, some stuff, but... These ones are good. Want to put any bonus in the guild bank for now. I'll take it out later. Just as an easy way to stay sort of organized. There shouldn't be much that needs to be reorganized. I've been keeping on top of this sort of stuff for a little bit recently. mostly because I'm now also buying a few bits of decor from random oddball places. It'd be nice to get it all where it needs to go. God, I wish the guild bank was more reactive. Although I would take a slow war bank over not being able to use the damn war bank on half of my accounts. I'd take a slow war bank every day. Right, how are we doing on inscription points? 18. Nearly home on that one. Tailoring. 37 points. Oh my god, I need 3 tailoring points. I need 3 tailoring points to never need a tailoring point ever again. Do I have a tailoring book in the bank?
My directive is to serve you.
No. I have some books, but not a tailoring book.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Okay, I'm just going to have to wait for more patron orders. I'm not going to start fucking about crafting books and farming treasures just to get those last 3 points. We'll just have to wait. It'll have to wait. Dark Moon Fair soon. Yeah, it'll just wait. It's fine. Wait, why is there nothing on this realm? Did I log back onto the same realms? Oh, have these realms not had their auctions expire yet? Oh, for flip's sake. Eh? 2 hours? Oh, God. God, I want 47-hour listings so bad. Cancel these few off. They're gonna kill anybody. Sell over here. A very unlucky rock. What is a very... I don't even know what that is. Somebody wanted a very unlucky rock for 10k, and I was happy to sell it to them. Infinite listing. Love it in EverQuest. Infinite listing. Jesus. You know what? I'd prefer a shorter listing than a longer listing. I'd love me a, like, 6-hour listing or even a 3-hour listing. And a 7-day listing also wouldn't go amiss. But the fact the fact that your mailbox crashes and burns after 30 days I don't think you need anything much longer than 7 days as a listing. There's a limit on the auction house slots, though. Well, you'd have to do that, wouldn't you? Really, you like if you're going to go as far as to give people the ability to put something on the auction house and it stay there permanently. You know, there has to be a kiss curse aspect to that. 12-hour daily posts instead. Well, that's a tactic I have used before. Just post things for 12 hours, but then do a relist every day. But there's part of me, I mean, if you're doing, you know, shit that you know is going to get undercut quickly, that's fine. But a lot of what I'm posting at normal price on a huge amount of items that I list, and that's where just maximum uptime on the auction house is more critical to me. So having all of the auctions physically not actually be on the auction house for half the time is, and then simultaneously requiring me to repost twice as often. That's a big hit to efficiency, is why I don't do it. But it's the only cheeky way of avoiding the stupid 24 and 48 hour, you know, issue. The amount of lumber needed for decor is too high. Farming it myself for myself. Made a list of the 3 professions: tailoring, enchanting, alchemy. 414 fell touch lumber. It's insane. I mean, 440. I mean, it's only an hour and a half of lumber farming if you're doing it reasonably efficiently. There's lots of things in this game that take way longer than an hour and a half to achieve. When you I mean, you know, even look at people who farmed transmog for the appearances for themselves, like, you know, all the bind on pickup, raid boss drops and stuff. I mean, it can take you 20 minutes to run through Black Temple for the chance at getting something. You know, there's lots of old raids that just running through them, even like nuking everything. I'm not knocking the fact that it feels like quite a lot, but relative to a lot of other things in the game, it's at least it's deterministic, and it's, you know, you have a number that you need, you know how many of them you can get, and you know how you can do it, so you can just do it. And genuinely, the best life hack for lumber is as simple as do it on a druid and don't do anything else whilst you're doing it. Normally I would always, you know, for example, the logic of picking up herbalism and mining, the logic of picking up the herbs and picking up the ore whilst you do it as a way to make some passive gold along the side of it is smart. But if you do have a number that you know, a number of lumber that you need and you're focusing to get, just like tunnel visioning and just getting it done. 250 to 300 lumber an hour is possible in most zones that has good lumber. The only problem for some people with the decor is going to be if they're farming it for themselves and they then want multiples of some stuff. When lumber's worth over 300 gold, I don't know if it's worth the time to pick up a herb at that point. Well, it's not. Like, mathematically, it's not. The herbs and the ore that you're picking up are never going to come anywhere close to the value of the lumber. So actually, taking time to pick up herbs and ore is actually a net loss over just picking up more lumber. Steady flight. Yeah. I know a lot of people use steady flight because it's easier, but it is going to come at the drawback of the fact you're going to cut the amount of lumber you get per hour in half. You're gonna have, like, you're sacrificing a lot by using steady flight. Lumber values clearly seem to have been semi-balanced around by what is possible, which is 200 to 300 lumber an hour. $1,000 of each lumber in the bank now. I want to try and achieve the same by the time midnight launches. Just so then if there's a run on anything, I'm in a position to react, if you know what I mean. Because I think there's quite a strong chance that when midnight launches and everybody runs off and does midnight stuff, that those who have stocked up on their lumber, whether it be in lumber form to just craft with, or whether those people who have stocked up on decor, will see significantly less lumber hitting the markets, let's put it that way, once midnight launches. People will just be too distracted doing other things. Stream on one screen, farming a bit on the other, but with steady flight as well. I doubt it's 50% less wood. I'd say rather 25% less, but maybe depends on location. If the density of the zone is good, you don't lose as much with steady flying. But if you actually have to cover some distance, if the length of the distance between each node is sizable, what you can do with vigor is you can just like blast straight there. And if you're using your vigor aggressively, it really makes a difference, I think. A rug for 18k, a coffin for 10k. I don't want to see decor anymore. I'd stick with it. I mean, if you've gone as far as to farm 1,000 of each lumber, you clearly know what you're doing when it comes to farming the lumber. I'm very bullish on the fact that I think decor is going to hold its value a lot longer than some of us, myself included, expected. I think there's what's going on here? I think there's a really strong chance that lumber will be a bit of a cash cow for those that keep up, or decor in general is going to be a bit of a cash cow for those that keep up with it throughout midnight. It's the new thing. It's the new thing, and like I said, when we step into midnight, the amount of people that will just get massively distracted by heavily distracted by other shiny things and will have given up. We're already starting to see like the first wave. We've started to see the people that took massive advantage early on and cashed in big time. Those players are now starting to look at the numbers and go, well, it's not worth what it used to be, and are sort of like piecing out. Yet on the flip side, you'll have people that'll turn up and they'll see the fact that you can get 300 gold for every piece of lumber. They'll think it's Christmas, right? it's perspective. It's where your price is anchored. Use a salesy term. When you get used to making 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,000 gold an hour, making 30 seems like terrible use of your time. But when only a couple of months ago you were farming herbs and ore for 10,000 gold an hour, potentially making 30 now to some people is like an incredible result. And so you kind of get these transitions, well, like waves of players that dip in and out. The cash cow phase is definitely gone with decor now, but it's still a remarkably strong way of making gold. Decor got me the epic edition in 10 tokens. Grateful, but I can't be farming lumber anymore. Well, there's the phrase, isn't there? Make hay whilst the sun shines. When the going's good, hit it hard. So then, it's the same concept as just absolutely spamming the shit out of Season 1 for gold making, and then sitting back for the rest of the expansion on a big pile of gold and just not worrying about it. Whichever way works for you. Go on, log off you. Why is my macro not working? Yeah. I was sick to cancel auctions every 10 minutes. That was the only way to sell stuff, but I don't complain. Bunch of money considering I did it rather spontaneously. Well, I mean, yeah, I was looking at this the other day. Like, decor is, most pieces of crafted decor now are on every single server. Like, that, if you look on the Undermine Exchange in the decor section, right? If you go housing decor and you flip it into arbitrage mode, look at the availability, right? Huge amounts of decor now is on every single server. Absolutely every single server. When you're looking at like the 90 plus on that, for a piece of decor to be on 9 out of 10 servers, it's literally 80% of it. There's only a few bits that are just like, there's a few gaps here and there, but mostly every single piece of the 240 pieces of crafted decor is now available on every single server. It's been syndicated out enough now that anybody who wants it anywhere can get it. Which will mean, for a lot of people, you're right. People will feel that they have to put more effort into keeping their auctions at the front of the queue in order to sell anything. Now, if you're somebody like me that is posting 5,000 auctions a day, you know, I don't worry too much if somebody comes along and posts theirs ahead of mine. I'm not really that bothered. But if you've only got 20 or 30 items, you want to make sure that you're selling, you know, 10 of those. The only way to do that is to hustle and to keep them at the front of the queue. Why am I posting like 4 things on this realm? Jesus. I've still got some realms that have got so little stuff on them. Oh, it's Hyjal though. It's a big server. That's why. Most of my stuff doesn't live on the big servers because big servers are too cheap. It's where I end up spending. Yeah, it's why I've only got 7,000 gold on this realm as well. It's clearly somewhere I've bought a bunch of stuff. Right, let's get these odds and ends in the guild. Somebody else can claim them and have a go with them. Stupid beanbag chairs, man. Those fucking things. Cannot give them away.
I've been expecting it.
Oh, why are the engineering work orders always so stinky? Big stinkies. Oh, what do we sell here? Sold us our fence and a wall shelf. Damaged necklace. That's why I buy these. Sometimes I find those for like 50 gold a piece. Oh no, I've got a bunch of decor I need to cancel off. Escaped last time. But yeah, pretty much decor for me now is just being integrated into the rest of the operation. It's not getting really much special treatment anymore. If we find some cheap stuff, we buy some cheap stuff and we flip some cheap stuff, but I'm not pushing too hard for bonus extra sales with decor. But 50% of what we sell is decor. Decor or pets, still doing alright. Jesus, how much am I posting here? Is that 85 auctions? Oof. That's the upper limits of the amount of stuff that I want to be posting on a single realm. What is up with the tunes today? Some really wacky stuff pops up on this list. Some absolute bangers, but some weird ones. This is why I don't pick new playlists for the music very often. Stick with what I know works.
How may I aid you?
Beautiful. Engineering done. There's the weekly knowledge points done. Did I take them out the mailbox? No. Gotta make a more conservative effort to get all of this knowledge point business out of the way more efficiently next expansion. There's no reason to still be doing it now whatsoever, but my OCD just will not allow me to leave it alone. Completely unnecessary. $30 and $30, so I need 60 points, and I've got 12. Flipping now. Right, we'll get there eventually. Alchemy's been finished for ages, though. Now we can focus on these. Bunch of bonus cancels. Relax. There's a couple of I don't know what breed they are, but there's these white fluff ball kind of terrier looking things that live in the house a few doors down from us. They seem to have a barking fit every time they leave their house, just, you know, as some dogs do. And it sets my 3 off every time. Nearly an entire tab in the guild now is full of like random stuff that hasn't posted where it should have posted. What? Oh, bank tab is full. Okay, sure. Oh my god, you got loads of rubbish that you haven't. Loads of rubbish you haven't posted. Ah. Guildbank really doesn't like the full Guildbank view for depositing things. Do you think if we made a petition to get flipping the Warbank usable on all accounts simultaneously, it'd work? Oh, I often say, like, what are the things in game that, like, Blizzard just take my money? Like, 5-account warband access would be one of them. A good money for that. Make it rain at Blizzard HQ if that was the case. Gravel a bench? Ha! Rain to Poseidus. Jesus. Nearly 4 a.m. Jesus, man, get some sleep. Appreciate you staying up late, but get some shut eye. Appreciate you sticking about, though. Thank you very much. Good use of the Prime earlier as well. Appreciate it. Blizz putting in effort to even know Blizz. You think you do, but you don't. Is Woo's add-on now saving gold made per character when you relog to the alt? I've not updated it for a little while. Since before Christmas, I don't think. I may or may not be using the most up-to-date version of it, but you can check his notes on what he plans to do, and they're in the Discord. Oh, there he is, the man himself. Prices are bad all around. 80% of my auctions are below minimum price. Really hoping it'll go back to normal once midnight launches. Talking about everything there. Mogs, toys, pets, decor, the lot. I mean, it does happen at this point in the expansion, doesn't it? Like, everything crashes and burns. Those who have piles and piles of gold tend not to see the end of an expansion as a way to make gold, but as a good opportunity to spend it for that exact reason. That, you know, the value of a lot of stuff just goes to shit. But that's usually because there's way more people who are looking to make gold than spend gold. Which there's not a lot you can do to counteract, really. I mean, I'd imagine players like Wu right now are not making millions, but spending millions. Because now is as good a time as any to start investing in a bunch of stuff that's pretty rock bottom in price now. But when the big hype and all of the new players and everything turns up in midnight, and when we transition from one expansion to another, when that transition happens, there is often a shift in value of some stuff. Some stuff rises in value not simply because more people want it, but just because less people farm it and are willing to list it for sale. The scarcity aspect of items kicks in. Last 3 weeks, I've made more per week than since Legendaries. House flipping is on another level. Oh, well, there we go then. Now you know why Woo's not been doing much with Goblin Toolbox the last couple of weeks. He's tapping into that gold vein then. I'm at 1 million profit a day at the moment. Just haven't logged in for the last 3 days. I've always thought that 1 million gold profit a day, if you ever want to have that title of being a WoW billionaire, you gotta be hitting the 1 million profit a day. The point is it'll still take you 3 years to do it. But that 1 million gold profit a day has to be your milestone. I know that's such an unrelatable target for a lot of players to even consider, because it's an absolutely outrageous amount. But I think there's absolutely no way to do that kind of gold these days without basically focusing on not one realm but one region. You have to treat the game as if it's all one region. And I'm starting to see this approach get played out by quite a lot of people in lots of different ways as well. Now that we've had the war bank for an entire expansion, I think a lot of people who have adapted to how the war bank works and have utilized it well have like gotten ahead quite well. Those who aren't really utilizing the war bank and are still sort of wrestling on a single server, I'm not saying you're behind the curve, but you're definitely missing a trick. That if you're serious about selling anything, and basically no gold making exists without having to deal with selling something on the auction house, much past, 10, 20,000 gold an hour farming kind of gold making. the game isn't going to give you the gold. It has to come from other players, and the only way to do that is to get your auctions in front of the players, as many players as possible. A few years ago, the way you did that was like you went and played on the big servers. You're like, right, I'm going to move my characters to Draenor. Why? Because Draenor's where everybody plays. I'm going to move my characters to Kazakh, or I'm going to move my characters to Area 52 for the NA viewers, you know. You're going to move your characters to the big servers because that's where everybody is. Now we've got the Warbank. You kind of have to treat the entire region as your whole player base, and it's up to you to shuffle your auctions around to where the players are, or to where they can be sold, you know, where they can be, where you've got the best opportunity of making that sale. Like at the beginning of an expansion, you can make 2 to 3 million a day, and then there are days you make 200 to 300k daily. Yeah, it's what do they say? Swings and roundabouts. What you said earlier would normally be true for me. I'd normally be in an investment phase at the end of an expansion, but I planned investments earlier this time, and housing's just a money spinner. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is very foreign to have this good of a goal-making opportunity this late in an expansion. Usually you are, you know, you're picking up scraps at this point. And so hence why if you're sat on a pile, instead of just sitting on a pile, and you start thinking, well, how can I spend some of this pile? Do you think housing decor prices stay the same or spike a bit when Midnight launches? I don't think the prices will spike, but I do think the amount of people crafting will drop off a cliff. Now, the only way prices will spike is if supply disappears. And if you look at a lot of the decor items at the moment, only a few weeks in, we are seeing like 4 figures, like 1,000 plus pre-crafted, ready to sell pieces of decor. So who knows? You know, when absolutely every man and their dog is wildly distracted with Midnight, will stuff also start to run out when nobody feels the desire to run around North End picking up lumber anymore? But will the demand also still be as strong for decor? Will the influx of people that didn't pick up early access, and will the influx, because you got to, one thing you have to kind of consider is that decor, crafted decor, doesn't really sit well with brand new players, like brand spanking new players. If Blizzard does their job correctly and sells this game to you and sells player housing to you, crafted decor is probably not very high on your list of things to go out and buy because it is quite costly. And if you are brand new to the game, short of swiping to get some gold, you probably don't have bonus cash reserves from just playing the game passively for years, you know? So I'm not totally sold that crafted decor really will see much of a uptick from the brand spanking new players to the game. It's supply and demand though, isn't it? We know categorically the effort it takes to go out and farm the lumber to craft a handful of decor. We also know at the moment, because it's been so lucrative, a lot of people have, you know, done it. But there's also fucking nothing going on in the game. And like, if you're done with Remix, cool. We got pre-patch in a couple of weeks, but outside of that, there is nothing going on in the game. So lots of players are like willing to just tinker for a few hours farming lumber. Midnight launches, 25 different thousand shiny new things to chase after. The likelihood of players wanting to run around an old expansion farming lumber is almost zero, I think. And is the sale rate... Well, okay, not the sale rate. Is the consumption of crafted decor high enough to start pulling back from some of these really big reserves of decor that's been pre-crafted? What the hell did we sell here to 251,000 gold? Oh, we sold a Milo pet. That's 5,000 tokens well spent. 5,000 pet charms well spent. Yoink. Now, the question is what did I buy that Milo pet for? I think I bought it for 100k, you know. So I think that's a flip of like about 100k, like double my money. Hang on. I'm just cancelling everything. I do it via Auctionator because, like many things, Auctionator's just quicker. I think prices will only drop another 20% or so, but settle around 4 to 10% of the sale rate rather than the current 8 to 12, 20%. Yeah, there's still plenty enough people because it's the holiday season tinkering with it. You know, people are off work, people are spending a little bit more time, whatever. But on the flip side, there's still those probably very similar scenario for people going out farming it. I mean, the just the sheer quantity of it is starting to get a little bit wild. You know, on some of the stuff that's present like everywhere, like 768, 900, 1,500 Borealis barrels, 800. You know, if you actually look at the quantities of these knocking about, the actual supply of these is kind of like there's a lot. There's a lot. Total quantity of them. Well, that's an interesting that doesn't. I don't know. That's showing the supply in decline. These are also showing the supply is in decline. Wait, hang on, that's Draenor. Where's the region wide? Well, that's interesting. Jesus. People, the actual quantity... I wouldn't say the quantity is in decline. I mean, the price is going down, but the quantity of it isn't rising. Okay, some of them are going absolutely, but no. Where's the region wide? Yeah, the supply of it is surprisingly stable. I'm just genuinely picking items at random. $430 Tauren soup pots. The actual supply of the stuff isn't rising as much as I'd expect. This seems to this is a real indication to me that the second people start farming this shit, it's going to disappear. the very second people stop farming it and stop supplying it to the market, it's going to disappear because the consumption rate of it seems to be good enough to make it not heavily stack up. Yeah, the price is slightly slightly dropping, but it's not the total quantity of it available isn't going up and up and up and up and up. Now it doesn't account for any like lumber reserves in people's bags, but there's not many people crazy enough to be stocking up huge amounts of lumber and not crafting things. Most people who are doing this are still seeing it as a cash cow way of making some gold. I mean, soon as the lumber farmers get too bored farming the lumber and the supply of it, the TLDR for me seems to be that it kind of looks mostly like the demand is almost equaling the supply. I mean, flipping random black potions. The price, yes, is declining, but actually, from a peak of 2,200 of them on the 15th of December, the supply of them is also in decline. Who knows? Who knows? Read into that what you wish. I saw many cheap beanbag chairs. 1k, 2k gold, 20 plus in stock now. I'm seeing 3k beanbags and like 4 in stock. This is NA though. Consumption has got to drop off pretty sharply as people are quote unquote finishing their houses. Yeah. It's just whether those two things will happen at the same time. The thing with decor though is it's relatively evergreen. There will always be players tinkering with it. But I think lumber farming burnout is real. A lot of the first wave of hardcore lumber farmers are just absolutely cooked now. And they've seen their potential gold per hour rates cut in half since when they started doing it. And so have naturally 50% the enthusiasm to keep doing it to begin with. Plus the fact they really don't want to be doing it anymore. Doesn't take too much for them to go, you know what, I've farmed my last lumber. This is why I'm relatively confident that crafted decor is going to be a big market throughout all of Midnight for those who keep with it. And when I say keep with it, I don't mean farm 100 lumber, craft a few items, and furiously cancel scan until you've sold all of those items. I mean treat it with a little bit more of a long-term mindset of the post your items at a price that is fair for the amount of time and effort that it took you to make them, plus a bit of a markup, and be a touch more patient. Cash cow mode is definitely gone, but that's not to say the market is dead. It just means you have to look at it and play it slightly differently. But I was very much expecting to see the stockpiles of decor when I looked at those graphs a minute ago. I expected the trend to be pretty upward in terms of supply, but it's not. You can level your house more later on, which means you can also put more decor in it. It's true. I mean, you can quickly see that there's lots of factors to this. There's lots of market dynamics at play, which is why like most of the time, nobody really knows for sure. But the only thing I'm relatively confident about, and this is from 20 years of past experience, is knowing that whatever is the new thing ends up being pretty much a money printer until a new thing turns up. And decor's the new thing. Crafted decor's the new thing. It will continue to be a money printer until something new turns up. Nothing else in Midnight, unless something radical happens in 12.1 or 12.2, seems to indicate to me that there's anything new or radical on the horizon. And it's mostly down to the fact that people are historically very slow to pick up on whatever the new thing is. We live in a bit of a bubble, a bit of an echo chamber, because we're all focused on doing the same thing. But you know, we're you know, what am I talking to now? 125 people. Like, the chances are is that of the 125 people tuning into the stream today, I bet 95% of you have taken advantage of some decor, crafting, and goal making in some way, shape, or form. We're the proactive ones. The proactive ones who are seeking out the new ways to make the most gold in the more efficient ways. Look at how many people completely 100% missed the boat on concentration in The War Within. Right? Look at how many people have then spent the last month or so in Remix furiously leveling alts because they didn't want to miss out on concentration in Midnight because they missed out on concentration in The War Within. Look at how many people at the end of at the end of Dragonflight were furiously leveling tailoring alts in order to take advantage of the tailoring bonk cooldowns that did most people who took advantage of it in Dragonflight pretty well the entire expansion. You always find people who are not quick to react to the new markets that then turn up late to the party and then do whatever they feel is necessary to try and catch the second wave. But everybody that was planning huge amounts of tailoring, cooldown, bonk, crafting, like, setup going into The War Within were also the ones that probably likely didn't notice that, you know, patron orders, concentration, alts, that sort of stuff was the new thing, the new direction. TLDR, do the new thing, because the new thing always makes gold. Whatever the new thing is. Even if it feels like a lot of people are doing the new thing, it's probably because you're within the group of, like, what you'd call first adopters. Those that made the most gold from legendaries back in Shadowlands were the ones that started leveling their Shadowlands legendaries day one of the expansion. And they had the advantage of being able to level everything up while it was all borderline free to do, because you could sell your rank 1s, your rank 2s, your rank 3s, all for a profit whilst leveling up your professions. So you made profit on the way up, and then when you'd completed your professions, you just printed the entire expansion. The people that turned up late had huge monumental costs in order to catch up to everybody else, and then by the time they did catch up, the money was, you know, the gold in it was no longer as strong. Front loading the effort of leveling all your professions, understanding how to farm all the lumber, getting all the recipes, getting a whole bunch of it farmed up, crafted ahead of time, who knows, might end up being another big win for people. I see it like both in the transmog and the pet markets, both of which took years to saturate, and you can still make profit off if played right today. Yeah, I mean, pets have been an absolute guaranteed way of making a bunch of gold for a long time. transmog was I remember when transmog was first implemented, and it was the the farming lists and the shopping lists for all of the vanilla transmogs, and like the TSM groups and everything was coming out. And that was 15 years ago. Look at how many people are still farming and selling transmog today. Decor's a brand new cosmetic collectible category. There's cash in this for a long time, trust me. Which is why I'm more enthusiastic about Decor than I am about concentration alts going into midnight. Because I think concentration alts are going to get pretty saturated pretty quick by the fact that there'll be 7 times as many people trying to do it with 7 times as many alts, with significant nerfs from Blizzard's side limiting the potential output of it in the first place. Mop Wad and Legion, both of those markets were amazing. We have so many more years to go before the market's dead. If Blizzard keeps up with Decor as well, one thing to bear in mind is that they don't even need to add more crafted Decor for the current crafted Decor to see a bump, because all they need to do is revitalize people's interest in player housing, and that will naturally, it's the rising it's the rising tides lifts all ships situation. If Blizzard starts selling a whole bunch of Decor packs, right, themed packs, this Hearthstone business that they've been talking about, every time they do that, it's going to put Decor firmly back in the eye, in the public eye. And every time somebody decides to go back and have a relook at their housing, maybe tack on an extra room, or, I don't know, put in a Easter theme or something like that. Every time that happens, that gives the opportunity for people to come to the auction house and buy the crafted stuff. So even without more crafting recipes being added, and there is a bunch coming in midnight, by the way. There's probably close to 100 new crafted decor recipes coming in midnight as well. So I'm not as hopeful about the midnight crafted stuff, simply because I'm quite aware that the midnight lumber will be the least valuable lumber of all of them. Much like Dornic fir lumber is the least valuable of the lumber available right now, because it's the current expansion. It's where people have their professions. It's where people live. It's where many people can easily have the lumber needed for an item to craft themselves. Less need to seek it from the expertise of somebody else. Still remember spending 21 million for leatherworking in Shadowlands. I still didn't have it maxed out when we had rank 4s. Wild, absolutely wild, that market. Yeah, the maths on most realms was somewhere in the region of about 30 million gold to max leatherworking, which back in Shadowlands was more money than most people had ever even heard of in the game, never mind had to be able to quickly spend. It's just flipping wild. What? Why is that not going in the war bank? Oh, it's because it's claiming that the tab is full. let's also not forget that we're already allowed to have 2 houses. I bet there's not many people that have fully built and decorated 2 separate houses. I think there'll be, you know, this first wave of people will probably put a lot of time and effort on their first house tinkering, but they have an entire second one. A lot of people might be saving their second house. If they've built their Horde one, they'll save their Alliance one. If they've built their Alliance one, they'll save their Horde one until there's, like, good reason to use it, maybe. I mean, I've not even built 1, never mind 2. Hello. What we got going on here? Stone pot, lamppost, Venthyr, chalice, rug, another fence post, lobster platter. Yoink. To write off lumber as a dead market right now, I think is shooting yourself in the foot. And that's from all angles. Whether you're farming the lumber yourself, whether you're spending the time now to slowly level up your past professions, or even if you're, you know, going ham, flipping it, getting yourself a huge warehouse of decor. I'm pretty certain there's plenty of gold to be made in decor for a long time. Sure, there'll be buyers for a long time with collectors and new players, but all I'm saying is a feature, there's a definite endpoint when you cap your interior budget, unless you're prepared to tear down your house and start again. Or like I said, or build your second. Curious about the most enthusiastic person I know when it comes to housing, and I can tell you I have no road to keep doing it until the interior budget goes up. And when I hit that area in midnight, there'll be no road again, because you can't keep just adding rooms. World of Warcraft has, at least retail anyway, there is an absolutely rock solid foundation of players. But what WoW is incredibly good at is selling expansions. They can shift boxes like no other company. And this, it does mean that what would often be referred to as like churn or player attention is pretty poor, but they are flipping incredible about selling, like about actually selling boxes in the first place. So every, like, you know, for Midnight's launch, there's a load of people who have pre-ordered, of which will have already been tinkering with housing if they wanted to. But there is 3 times as many people that haven't bought Midnight yet. Minimum. And it's easy to forget that those people exist because they're not the ones that engage with streams. They're not the people that are particularly watching YouTube videos. They don't have Wowhead permanently open on a tab in their browser. These are the casual people that get sold the game and go in and play the game, and they probably don't always join guilds, and they don't always, you know, interact with the community as a whole. But that doesn't mean they don't buy tokens left, right, and center, and it doesn't mean they don't gear up characters, and it certainly doesn't mean they won't be trying to build a big fancy house and all of this sort of stuff. The silent majority that play this game, which are actually the prime candidates. It's the first time we've had like a huge, massive feature that's pretty aggressively targeted at casuals, right? We started to see it with Delves. Started to see with Delves the fact that they were focusing on making content not for the hardcore top-end players. They've always done really good raids. They've always made dungeons. The Mythic Plus system they've been tweaking and tuning for a decade now. But even Blizzard knows that catering for that player that is quite silent, you don't really hear about them particularly much. They're not making a big stink. They're not on forums. They're not, you know, watching YouTube videos. They're not watching streams. But There's lots and lots of them. You play the game relatively casually. Might dip in for a month or two here and there. But they just as much, if not more so than anybody else, are the ones that buy tokens and tinker with all of this more casual friendly stuff. And I don't care who buys my auctions. Couldn't care less. This is why over the years of like selling things on the auction house, buying and selling things, crafting things and whatever, I've slowly but surely learned the less you ask, the less questions you ask about why somebody might buy something and why somebody might pay something, like the easier it is to understand. The more questions you start asking, why did somebody buy this? Who could possibly want this? Why would somebody possibly pay that for it? I've been surprised so many times by just how much people will spend on the most ridiculous random things that, like, I just play into that fact now. I used to be very, very focused on, like, deliberately trying to make sure that my auctions were the cheapest and things that, like, prices for stuff didn't inflate to, like, silly values. But I've just stopped bothering now. I've just stopped bothering because the reality is it doesn't matter. People still buy them. What was that Dragonflight recipe I sold last week? Dragonflight inscription recipe. I think I sold it for 180,000 gold. What? It doesn't make any sense. To most people, it's completely illogical. That was probably bought by somebody that clearly wanted it for some reason and clearly wanted it enough to drop a serious amount of gold on it. I've finally caught up with the game. Did my first lumber farming for 20 minutes and already feel bored. If you're like me and you fall into the category of somebody that doesn't particularly enjoy farming, decor is going to be a hard pill to swallow. But it does very much need to be dealt with in a chill, long-term way now. The market's not going anywhere. I can assure you of that. If you do a bit of farm, do an hour here, an hour there, craft a few bits of decor here, craft a few bits of decor there, and very simply put them on your bank character that is your designated character for selling stuff, and just build it into your TSM profile and just be consistent with putting them on the auction house, the sales will come. Frustration comes in from those who are trying to still milk the cash cow, and it's not so much of a cash cow market anymore. It's like claiming that farming transmog is a get-rich-quick scheme. It's just not. But that doesn't mean the transmog market isn't one of the, if not the most lucrative of markets in the entire game. Certainly in terms of consistency. As much as I hate to admit it. I flipping hate farming transmog. I don't object to selling some random flipped transmog though. Mix it in. Do as much as you feel is comfortable. Craft a few bits, put it down. In Blizzard's interest to attach lots of achievements and things to boost the interest. Yeah, housing's going to be Blizzard's baby the entire Midnight expansion, right? We're not a single month is going to go past where there won't be some offer, some promo, something. It's absolutely their baby, and Midnight is the expansion. They're going to milk it. So you can bet your ass every 4 weeks, every 8 weeks, when we have a patch or an update, there'll be housing something attached to everything. Absolutely everything. People get discouraged about posting because of the undercuts. It discourages some players, whilst other players develop strategies to get into the market. But it requires some time and a consistent routine to stick within parameters to keep it viable. Consistency is the biggest, like, goblin hack. If you're consistent about keeping your auctions listed, you slowly but surely build up an inventory that's sizable enough that you don't have to worry about undercuts. It's what, and this is why I always tell players who go out and like proactively farm things and get like just really lucky and stumble across something really valuable, really rare, and they're like, "Oh my god, this thing's worth 200,000 gold. How do I sell this for 200,000 gold?" The answer is you don't sell it for 200,000 gold. You post it for 50k gold and you sell it to somebody like me that will just throw it on a character with the other 50 auctions. You sell it to somebody that's already got the operation up and running to be able to consistently post that thing. Because there's zero reason to like for trying to cancel scan or relist one super valuable item, and people are like, "Oh, I listed it 10 times and it didn't sell. Do I take it to another server?" No, you just cut the price in half and it will sell by the end of the day. 90% of the time people struggle to sell something, it's because they're asking an unreasonable amount for it. The only people that get the luxury of asking unreasonably high amounts for items on the auction house are people who are willing to post that thing 500 times before it sells. Do lumber mixed in with some mining. At the moment, I would probably recommend not doing much other herbing and mining whilst doing lumber. But if it does break up the monotony for you, it's probably worth even still. You are going to take an efficiency hit. Oh, I sold a Pandarian bed. Good, I need to sell a few of those. You are going to take an efficiency hit by picking up anything whilst farming lumber, because lumber's worth 10 times anything else you're going to possibly pick up whilst farming. But like I said, if it gives you a second reason to go somewhere and be somewhere, and if it makes the farming more manageable, then it's probably worth still. Spent 6 or so hours getting all the lumber just to make the leatherworking stuff. How are you doing, Adresti? Welcome in. Good morning. Happy New Year to you. It's not quick and it's not easy, but that's actually one of the biggest reasons why the lumber, like the decor market, will have longer legs, because it's not quick and because it's not easy. The quicker something is and the easier something is, the quicker it will also crash in value completely. Which is why I don't really mind, like, the Mechanica market was the most recent prime example of that. I talk a lot about there needing to be friction in, like, stuff. Like, if everything's like, you know, if everything's too easy, if it's too easy for you to do, it's too easy for somebody else to do. If it's easy for everybody, nobody needs the help of anybody else. Did you ever do more with the Midnight Professions other than your first look videos, by the way? Just wondering. Oh, I mean, I've been poking around with them a bunch on stream various times and even off stream. I'm now basically waiting until the professions feel mostly finished, and then we can do deep dives of the professions, and then we can try and figure out leveling paths for the professions. Then we can start actually writing guides for how to utilize each of the professions. It's all in the calendar. Imagine if Decor was region wide, it'd be so dead. There'd be... I think they were quite smart in not making Decor region wide. And I think it was the right decision, because you're not wrong. If Decor was listed on, we looked at the quantities of some stuff earlier, right? If you're casually looking at the quantity of some of this stuff, I don't know, a Brill coffin lid, 500 of the damn things. Gilnean postbox, 700 of the damn things. Right? This is a large amount of it. Now, if that was all posted on one single realm, like if that was on the region-wide auction house, there'd never be this much of it. And because the cancel scan situation, if it was on the region-wide auction house, would tank it to like 0 profit, super duper mega fast. But there then also wouldn't be this much of it that stacks up. But that's also probably why Blizzard didn't put it on the region-wide auction house, because they kind of want it to stack up. They kind of want there to be a lot of it, so that when they do housing updates and stuff, there's lots of it available. When the region-wide auction house was first implemented, when was it? The end of Shadowlands. There was, in many cases, as much as like 1 to 2 million herbs on the big servers. And obviously there's 3 or 4 big servers, and on each of those big servers there was probably 2 or 3 million herbs on each one. And then all of the other herbs on all of the other servers. So there was this huge, like, if you added it all up together, there was tens of millions of herbs available across the entire region, just all split into their own servers. But now you go and look at the quantity of reagents. You can pick any reagent whatsoever. Wait, what? Oh, because arbitrage mode isn't going to work on this, is it? Right, you can pick pretty much any... We do just this expansion. The War Within. Pick any material, right? The most readily available material, right? The quantity, the quantities are never ridiculous. The quantities are like in the hundreds of thousands now, because it's all on the region-wide auction house. There is never any need for it to stack up quite so high when it's all sold in the one place. Never do we really ever see materials in the millions anymore. Whereas that was not an uncommon scenario to see happen, you know, pre-region-wide auction house. But the thing is this stuff, it doesn't matter if there's not a lot of it, right? The Orbinid, quality 2, there's 93,000 Orbinid at quality 2 available for the whole EU. Well, if this all gets bought out, it doesn't really matter too much, because it's very quick for a whole bunch of people to go quickly farm up a bunch more of it. If they'd have put Decor on the region-wide auction house, you'd have probably had some real weird scenarios and issues with it. It would have never have stacked up high enough. You'd have random ass people trying to flip it, like reset the market. It'd just be flipping all over the place. I think it was probably a good decision to not put it on the region-wide auction house. Stupid things like dyes, sure, slam them on there because they're super quick and easy to mass produce. The lack of friction is what concerns me about the midnight simplification of professions. Yeah, I argue against the phrase simplification. Because I don't think they're actually any simpler. I know that they're going to hide behind the phrase of simple. Like midnight is a simplified profession, simplified expansion, right? They've taken this simplification process to all the specs and the classes. We've had the levels, not the level squish, sorry, the item level squish. You know, it's an expansion of the purging of the add-ons. It's an expansion of simplification, so they're hiding behind that phrase a little bit. But as far as the professions are concerned, I just believe they've done it wrong. Because they haven't simplified, they've just cut things out. Now, cutting spells out of a class does indirectly cause those classes to be simpler because there's less buttons to press on a rotation. So in that scenario, the definition of simplification works. But as far as the professions are concerned, does taking unraveling out really simplify anything, or does it just remove a part of tailoring? Ever-burning ignition with blacksmithing was a nice buff for blacksmiths to use. It was perfectly fine. It didn't need to be carved out. Professions are one of those areas where some actual friction and some complexity within the professions is actually advantageous because it allows you to be a little bit more clever. If I was given the task of simplifying the professions, I'd have overhauled the spec trees. I would have merged all the spec trees into one and just made it a spec tree. And you can choose your path on the tree, but have it all in like it. The profession, the spec trees. The simplification of that is not in changing how they operate in the game, but it's just making them easier to understand. Smushing all 4 of them into one and having like a profession talent tree with a tree shape and branches would work no different to how it functions today, but would be so much more straightforward for people to get their head around. I would have aggressively changed how the work order system works. 2 major things would be one to remove the ability for anybody to provide materials in a work order, so that the only variable at play is how much commission somebody's willing to pay to have that thing crafted. Would make it significantly more simplistic for people to place orders, but would give a pretty clear and obvious interface, being that if you don't pay as much as the previous or recent outstanding orders, you're unlikely to get your item crafted. Job done. And I'd also overhaul the patron order catch-up system to actually not be gross. And that's it. There's not a lot of changes that would make the profession... There's not a lot of changes needed that would make the profession so much more simplistic to understand. They knew inspiration was too random, so they got rid of inspiration and we got concentration instead. Which was a step in the right direction, I think. Yeah, there's still no fully set up tools on the beta. Maybe the next, let's keep our fingers crossed, the next beta build, they do something about that. I think that considering we're so close to pre-patch, and my thought here is that most of the recipes need to be ready for pre-patch. It's not essential, but it would make sense if they were, because when pre-patch kicks in at the end of January, January 20th, which is like less than 3 weeks away, all of the systems kick into play behind the scenes. We just can't go and play the new stuff yet. But it kind of tends to mean that by pre-patch, the game should be fundamentally launch ready, plus or minus a few bug fixes. So in the next couple of weeks, they absolutely have to get the rest of the professions in good working order. Because when we get the pre-patch, you'll also be able to see in-game all of the midnight recipes and profession stuff. You won't be able to learn midnight jewel crafting or anything, but there'll be ways to see all the recipes and stuff in the game. The data will be there. You would kind of hope that they would have got all of the recipes and all that stuff sorted by then. And then the last couple of weeks before the actual launch is just bug fixes. So it's got to be soon. I mean, the reason they do pre-patch is so that they can get the systems stuff out there, figure out by changing this over here, it breaks something down here. Like, that's the reason they do pre-patch. So these unexpected bugs that crop up out of flipping everywhere can be squished before the masses pile into the new content. Hope Alchemy gets a lot more juicy. I can say at this point we are very, 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 very unlikely to see anything significantly added to any of the professions. The only things we'll see now is tweaks to recipes and that sort of thing. We're not going to see anything more added. When beta turned up, we were not likely to see anything added. There's been a few little bits and pieces, but that's mostly based on feedback. You know, like enchanting, getting its shatter is a good thing. It means they won't be making the same mistake they made in the War Within, which is launching the game without an ability to shatter crystals to shards to dust. That screwed over the markets pretty aggressively at the beginning of the War Within. They were fortunate that they spotted that mistake and fixed it. That's where feedback clearly works. Yeah, there won't be anything substantial added to the professions from this point. They'll just address, you know, spec point nodes not working and recipes having the wrong or incomplete materials, that sort of stuff. Is all we'll see from this point on. So in a way, we're not far from being able... We're only a build or two away, I think, at this point, from being able to say, right, these are the professions we're going to have. This is how they're going to work. Let's start figuring out what we want to do with them. Last I saw in the beta, it looked like there was bare minimum vanilla recipes. There's yeah, there's not. They've quite aggressively toned down just the amount of potions and pots and potions and utility stuff that Alchemy makes. Alchemy has the new discovery system. It has the cauldron of discovery or whatever it's called. It means that by doing some alchemical tasks, usually nothing more complicated than just craft X amount of a thing, you then unlock the ability to unlock a recipe. You then have to pay for that unlock with some not artisan security, sorry, with Moxie. So it's a lot more deterministic for you to get your recipes with alchemy this time round, which I think is good. The recipe discovery system made alchemy. Some people were lucky, and you know, if you wanted to go flask spec, for example, some people were just lucky and got all of the flask recipes quickly and easily. One of my alchemists going into the War Within was speccing into a specific flask, and it was literally the last recipe I learned via the discovery system. Like, I just got cooked on it. So I'm kind of glad they carved that out. They left it for engineering, though, by the way. you're still fishing for recipes with engineering. But engineering is always the bastard child of professions anyway, isn't it? It's actually probably one of the only sort of new things that they have actually added to Midnight Professions. 80% of my overviews of Midnight Professions was focusing on what they've cut out, not what they've added in new. The only real new thing they've added is that Alchemy Cauldron discovery system, where it's not really a discovery system, it's more like a, you know, mini achievements and then a menu of what you want to unlock. But no, it's not going to be too long before we basically turn retail off completely, and we will just live on the beta. There's not much point me spending hours and hours and hours fishing through the beta right now looking at professions when most of them are not complete or even close. Other than just getting an understanding of what the recipes are and that sort of stuff, but relatively selfishly, I already kind of know that from 20 years of playing the game. Time best spent is when they're closer to completion, I think. Oh, stupid beanbags. Cannot sell beanbags. Anybody want a beanbag? These damn things. Stupid beanbags. Oh my god, look how much stuff didn't get posted on this realm. Ouch. Sacred Craft, how we doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. No. Wrong button. Recovering from a hangover. 2-day hangover? It's the 2nd of January, you know. How big was your New Year's Eve? Holy. Good effort. Big enough, clearly. It's almost the 3rd year for me. Are you living in the future? Right, 2 more sets of tunes. I think some scarily low overall numbers today. Clearly, lots of people had hangovers yesterday and weren't buying all of my auctions. We'll run the numbers in a minute. They're going to be slightly swayed by the fact that I did spend a bunch of gold buying things over the last couple of days, but I won't look at that in too much detail. More interested in just what have we sold in the last couple of days. Was it really nearly midnight in Australia? Are you East Coast then? That sounds very far. Sydney side of the Melbourne, yeah. I do plan to go to Australia one day. It's there's not many countries on my bucket list to go to, but simply because it's a big island in the middle of the sea on the wrong side of the globe to everybody else, I kind of want to go. It's not the people or the food or nothing. No, it's just the fact that it's like on the other side of the planet. It's the only thing that turns me off about Australia is the fact that Mother Nature's trying to kill you. I can't be doing with Mother Nature trying to kill me. I mean, saying that, it's minus 10 degrees outside and a foot of snow, so you know it's the same in the other direction. But at least I'm not going to put my trousers on, get eaten by a spider, and die in Finland. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to open the bathroom and find a crocodile. I do apologise for the clearly highly stereotypical view I have of Australia, but right, last tunes. Last tunes. Why aren't you logging off? Tell me you're under 35 without telling me you're under 35. Don't recognise 2-day hangovers after sniffing a beer. I must admit, see, now there's a difference, right? There's a difference between having 4 or 5 beers in the evening. I can have 4 or 5 beers on a school night. That don't make no difference these days. But you know, if you're having a drink, like if you're actually having a drink, the entire next day needs to be assigned for doing nothing, right? If you've got any plans at all the next day, I'm not going to have a proper drink. Because that's just a recipe for disaster. And then even, yes, the day after than that, the day after, you are starting to feel a little bit ropey still. You're still not fresh as a daisy again. But I haven't quite hit the point where I have a sniff of a beer and I'm done for 2 days. Yeah, if you're going out, it's different, isn't it? if you're going out, the next day has to be a do-nothing day. And preferably the day after than that needs to be a light one. Nothing too crazy. I only go out when my brother-in-law turns up. Because he drinks like a fish. And I stupidly try and keep up and then nearly die. If you want to die to a deadly animal, Australia's a safe bet. Oh, not many Aussies will admit this, but it's actually quite tame. I'm more terrified of things like bears, etc., from other countries. And I see that's where I guess it's just a case of, you know, culturally what you're used to, isn't it? I've lived in Finland for over a decade now, and Finland has bears in the woods and lynxes and moose and things that's substantially bigger than me that would fuck me up for dinner. But at the same time, I ain't bothered by those wolves. Yeah, I ain't bothered about none of that. Mostly because I tend to believe that they're more scared of me than I am of them. I've seen a wolf in the woods whilst out walking the dog. I've seen a few moose. I'm yet actually to see a bear in the flesh. So they're clearly not that common of an occurrence. But I think I look at it from the perspective of it's big shit that's gonna fuck me up, right? It's big stuff. I'm scared of I'm scared of getting sat on by an elephant, kind of like it's big stuff. It's the spider this size that's venomous enough to like paralyze you in 4 minutes. Like that's the shit that scares me. Is the unseen death. If I get eaten by a bear, I get eaten by a bear, you know? Like, I hope I would put up a good fight until it just goes donk and it's game over. But I don't mind dying to a big thing. If I'm going out, I want to go out with a bang. I don't want 2 teeth marks in my ankle. That's a sad way to go. That's a sad way to do it. I'd rather get pissed up and die of hypothermia in Finland, to be fair, than get eaten by a spider. A much better way to go. Right. We are relist complete. I have so much stuff in this guild that needs organizing and redistributing. That is all the stuff that hasn't found a home that needs to find a home. I will work on that little adventure in a minute. But let's have a little bit of a look at the numbers. See if this whole adventure is still paying for itself. Okay. Journalator, where you at? Right. Calculating my time. Get some rough napkin math numbers here. We got 135. Ooh, whoa, hello. 135, 153. 27. Ouch. 291. 606. There we go. We're still tracking, right? We're still tracking at like that 500,000 gold. Now, to be fair, that is over a 48-hour period, so that's not daily. But it's still it's still 300k a day, which is all right. It's all right. We take that. Have you ever nearly stepped on a moose that hid in the closet? I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, no. I've never accidentally stumbled across a bear. Or eaten by a shark in your sleep. True. I think I'll take 600k. 600k across the realms is not bad going, with no more effort than just relisting and leaving them for 48 hours. If actually any conservative effort went into like keeping decor at the front of the queue or anything on these realms, I could probably double that number. But doubling that number comes with probably more than double the effort. So the true lazy man approach to this, I'm pretty content with that. Pretty happy with that. I need to make 2 million a month just to pay for the accounts. So there needs to be some good days. Now, to be fair, I'm also buying stuff at the moment periodically. My expenditure is still less than what we've sold, though, apart from this realm, because this flipping account is so useless right now. Don't know why this one account is so useless. It clearly just doesn't have much valuable stock. But in most cases, we're spending a little and we're making a little. How's the last month looking? We're up 400k, 500k, 300k. What's that? 4, add 5, add 3. Well, that's nearly 4 again, isn't it? Plus or minus 9, 1.3 across those. 1.3 across those. But nearly 10 mil on the main account. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We're making a bunch. We're spending a bunch. But we're doing all right. My goal, realistically, is to pay for the 5 accounts and basically break even at the moment. Knowing that I'm consistently, day by day, buying a bunch of stuff. I mean, like, my inventory is growing. As long as my inventory is growing, I'm happy if the gold isn't growing. As long as the gold doesn't, like, go down by any degree, I don't mind. Because equally, I'm more willing to spend the time doing some buying and selling right now. I'm a, I will be practicing exactly what I preach with this, and when midnight turns up, I will be so distracted by everything going on with midnight, I will probably not be spending anywhere near as much time hunting for deals on all 80 realms in the EU. So now's the best time for me, as far as I'm concerned, to be spending and increasing my inventory. And if I can do that whilst actually making some gold even at the same time, even after paying for the 5 accounts, which is 2 mil a month, it's a net win all around. Because then once midnight launches, reposting and doing nothing else, if that makes a token every time I do a relist, that's when the graph starts going up. I've always believed gold making, you make your gold when you stop spending. So I'm happy with these results so far. I mean, this is some of the better looking numbers. Nearly 10 mil just in revenue on this one realm, but this is the realm where we did most of our decor selling in the first couple of weeks. 10 mil profit would be nice, but we've also had a bit of a spending habit. But the 2 mil there is on the tokens. I buy the tokens from this account because this is the one that's got the bigger slice of cheddar. We do some buy low, sell high. My risk is lukewarm, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm not taking huge risks with any of this. I'm only buying shit when I see it cheap. but I only buy it for as much of the, if I never sell it, I never sell it, right? You know, the things I do sell covers cost of the rest of the stock, the rest of the inventory. Right, boys and girls, though, I'm going to leave it there for today. And possibly for the week. I say that because I probably do need to get back into, like, this period between Christmas and New Year just screws with your brain, doesn't it? I probably should, even though I don't really have any strict plans tomorrow or Sunday, use them as a way to get back into the normal Monday to Friday rotation of things. So there probably won't be streams tomorrow, although I can't for the life of me see me not sitting down at the computer and doing some stuff. So you might catch me on Discord. You might catch me lurking in other streams if people are busy doing stuff, but I don't think you'll catch me live the next couple of days. We'll be back on Monday. As I mentioned, we're already pretty close to getting to the point. I'm waiting on the big beta build. There's going to be a big beta build which will fix a lot of things. If that beta build turns up that fixes a lot of things next week, we'll dive straight into Midnight Beta and we'll probably just live there until pre-patch and the expansion launch then. Alternatively, we'll either keep ourselves busy in retail for a bit, or we might, I've kind of been tempted to go and poke around with another game for a little bit. Beginning of January, when everybody's a bit sort of lethargic, and this is the bit of the, you know, the calm before the storm, World of Warcraft wise anyway, it might not be a bad time to do that. Chill out, play another game for a little while. So I'll keep the schedule penciled in. We won't make any solid plans yet. We'll keep the door open so we can jump onto whatever pops up. But thank you all for joining once again today. There's been a whole bunch of you knocking about today. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good new year. Welcome to 2026. And the plans are that 2026 should be a big year, hopefully. So, enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Don't know if there's anybody else online. Mr. GM's back. Mr. GM's back. I think he's been taking a bit of a vacation. What's he been up to? Whoa, very loud. Very loud. He's recently started his stream. I've no idea what he's doing. Player housing, decor, farming, collecting all the decor. I tell you what, boys and girls, I will let you go wherever you see fit. Yeah, I'm rambling, and I have a good one. See you next time. Peace.